is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time, a summer, working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America, where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottom boats and you go in the Churchwell River and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of punting with a lovely lady sitting next to you, of course. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now. She's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. There's one more picture of her, also in Oxford there. So sweet. Anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both of them. I can't help it. So, the first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. So why do I have to take this oath? And she said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgils and Aeneas, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they make this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not to. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business with Comidre. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder. It was about this thick, and it had like all these the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to it. And I said, could you show me Hebrew, please? And she flipped over the Hebrew, and there it was in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the books. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to that books in the library. Like, perfect. So I could read it, I got access, and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to the Reuben, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikveh. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikveh, you can use any flowing body of water or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikveh in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. So it turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could toivo, where I could put these in a mikvah, is if I walked down to where the punts were released, like you'd rent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I toivo them in the water, and then all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking, this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay, let's go back to our regular schedule. Channel Road, just a few fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be there. So, David Rubani, he first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Rubani as to where exactly that was, but he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on his travelogue are garbled. They're, it's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was. But the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery. And in fact, one of the commentators on him in the 1930s, that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark-skinned. He was possibly, what the technical term, or the politically correct term, is a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions, in fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew, and that's based again on paleographic evidence, on internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic texts, like for example the phrase, which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek adat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to leave. Ki hakas misalek adat. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is ki hakas misalek hadas. And then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave or the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism, and in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know. It's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 15. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So I'll just have to, I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, swarthy person. It's the screen, it's because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the east. And he claimed to why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, Lisa knows, but we'll ask an audience member, please.
They were on the able land. They wanted donations.
Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. Okay? But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, that's the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that, joke too many times. But
I think you're not going to. God bless you as well. How are things? Be very so just be careful with that, but that congratulations, very good. It's very exciting. What else is good in your neck of the woods? There you go. Hey, I saw your message. So my sound wasn't working? Okay. And that could happen. I'm not exactly sure. The channel that you're watching, this is actually my oldest Chromebook. So no major worries there. We do have some new people who are in the community. So we've got Dan here and some other people, Kazavinsky and some other people, And then we've got some girls who have joined. And it's just a matter of time. Pretty day now. And perhaps I might go viral. I'm excited for it. So do that. Absolutely. Keeping up that grind. So I've been up all night. I sang 3 hours of rap last night. I rapped for 3 hours. And previous days I did 90 songs and I've done club songs. So just kind of chilling right now. Feel free to listen. We're watching Dr. Henry Abramson's Jewish lectures, which is right up your alley. So enjoy.
So they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuveni, he took the name, Reuveni, meaning from Reuben, to say that, yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, he goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing, and he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these 2 countries, the Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, but we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but I actually meant 3 things, if you're paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah, over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all of these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's an age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all of world exploration. And they've established a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Rabbi wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because if you recall, there's no Suez Canal at this time, so it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it? Mecca. It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is 4 things. I forgot it and I recorded. The other thing is he claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. I don't recall this name. This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces at work, tectonic forces really, they're pulling at each other, and Reuben is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the 4th request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal, once on its own, went through an even more brutal inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so the Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just to take a moment to think about that as well, the great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because One of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of like, just, doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the two Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. I'm just putting them on the internet. So the joke goes like this. It's okay. So two Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, "Convert to Christianity, earn $500." So one of the Jews says to the other, "I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in, say what I have to say. I'll get $500." The guy says, "Are you crazy? No, listen, I need $500." So he goes in. Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, comes out an hour later, and his friend says, "So, did you get the $500?" He says, "What is it with you people?" Yes, question, please.
I was going to say the line from Hilberg actually says that the history of Jews in Europe can be divided into 3 stages. You may not live among us as Jews, most conversions. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization.
Expulsion.
You may not live.
This very powerful.
Those are the 3 stages.
He is a doyen of Holocaust history. Yes, you have a follow-up question. Okay.
I do want to say that it was my understanding that actually the Inquisition began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is because of Netanyahu's work in Rabbi, and that's what he seems to feel is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because here these conversos were now able to function in business and be quite successful. And so they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economics. And that the Jews originally were on board with this.
So I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish, you did not, try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, then you are technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You're not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right that the converso community, sometimes called Morano community, they were highly endogamous, marrying within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision, more than $500. Let's go back to David Rabbi. So the context is one generation after the expulsion. But here he is, it's like in 1523, he's going back to Portugal 25 years after. If we're thinking about the Holocaust, imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the King of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Rouvet opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon, which would result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So, strictly speaking, Reuven, if this theory is true, Reuven was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this, massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intention to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jerusalem at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state, and they see him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Reuben riding on a white horse. We don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravano, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Reuven was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he would carry with him when he went in to see the king of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background. He was born in 1500s. That would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Reuven that he strove to be his follower and begged Reuven to take him along with him. Reuven initially refused, doesn't take followers, but when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Reuven realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, and where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuven was introducing him to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Pires was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact of Mary. This is his signature. So that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Pires, who took the name Shlomo Molko, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, you can imagine Pires, the government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew, and following Molko, following Reuven. The king said, Shan Genug, or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuven banished to Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very old picture. Shipwrecked. Oh, my daughter Elisa is like, what? That's so funny. You have to be at least 40 to appreciate this. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere on the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont, mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon, and I forgot where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it's about 2 years where he was somehow, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted, Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story. He had to try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, he's been around now for 15 years. The Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing. And they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that Reuven is as, he's not the real deal, so to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he's bringing with him, letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries. He tried to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Moltke had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law into place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well, and that proved to be disastrous for Shlomo Moltke. Reubeni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Moltke was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian church through baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Reubeni, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, we have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power, and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Shlomo Reubeni, of David Reubeni. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? We recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities of this time. You recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzfat Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Tzfat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgy, or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Reubeni had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about the Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Reubeni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat Hayeled, the prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523, which was exactly when Reubeni appeared on the scene. It was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, is Ben Melech's contention that Reubeni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. but he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved their financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really, went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it in something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been, highly observant of Jewish law. In fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts said that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he would be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style. But lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity. And there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which actually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Okay, at any rate, I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nice, actually. But, at any rate, this is a totally new attack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history. But it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs is the great Shabbatai Tzvi, who also, went to centers of power, the Ottoman Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor. It turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David and Reuven, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Reuven before, and so it's kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It was much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up for 15 minutes. But maybe I'll take a few questions if we have a little more time. Yes, please.
You were married?
He was never married. Single guy, he's got a mission.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode of the Shabbatai Tzvi was that that occurs when there was also some terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode in history where it was after all the devastation of the Jews having to leave Spain and Portugal and so on. Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed. And it almost seems like it may be similar in terms of cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. And so I wonder, why wasn't that Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following under sort of similar circumstances?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what I deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49. Which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which, that was huge. That made a tremendous impact on the Jews of Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways, they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. It was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made. I think that, the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
You may want another PhD thesis or something on these students.
Yeah, it might be Mr. Rodriguez. That's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern sensibility, it may seem very odd, this fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is, Gutenberg's Bible was just barely, people had no access to books. They had really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. It was the naivete of these people was really something that was very common to them.
I think that's a very salient point, good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. It's a very interesting, you made my take, quite fascinating, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship with cannons. Forget it.
Because one is not the wrong, and one is killed. And the other thing is to do like when you become a volunteers, you go away from it. So you have a chance. It takes a lead. The lead, the Shabbatai, the lead, really when there was not a chance. So the following lead, I think that was part of so many followers in the kind of Shabbatai.
Interesting, yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Chmielnitsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Chmielnitsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think that there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify them. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big a difference, but it's worth more thought. Did I see a question in the back?
I think the question relates to the topic, but given the explosions of Zionism that are happening in Europe, what made this revolution or the consequences that they become successful?
In a relationship to false Zionists?
Yeah. It seems that, given all this background, these failed, individuals, you could imagine that you know, entering into those resurgence and were successful.
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer because, but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think very few of the movements actually proclaim Messiah, especially the Hasidic movements, maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good thought-provoking question that I'd have to think about some more to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your attention. So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful you've come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight, as Dr. Weiser gave me some new jokes So I don't have to keep recycling the jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes there. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other three later in this lecture because it's really fun. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of, delicious little, hot dogs. I don't know, whatever hot dogs. But all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined there would be something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there. He says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising that food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. So Rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abrams, would you please distribute a couple of things I should draw to your attention? There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room with my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th. When, because of the time of Milchamara, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about. Starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Did anyone hear a word of Sarah Bas Tovim? Mr. Weiser, you have, excellent, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called tefillos of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So 2 of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that would be an interesting kind of combination of 2 of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who was perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. Because it's during that period of time, it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he's exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list because it was a lot of work with all the constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always that we come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson, the time is 8. You're not paying attention. She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're start for those of you like my daughter. We're starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing the space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes. It supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away," but he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and hope you enjoy it. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and essentially relax in his retirement and with the students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development that created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we want to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, son of Nachman. The Ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of, and he's known to followers of his thought, in Hebrew in particular, as the Ramban. And there's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam, the accent. If you want to be one of the cognoscenti and go to the yeshiva, impress all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the M or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law. But at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writers in the writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he ended up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are recorded in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he crafted much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative, and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist. He spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, but like most of the things I said. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not, whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardims do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world that people say, we don't believe actually in either of those. So the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right?
Yes.
So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
It's difficult to, in a legal analysis, statutory usually has to do with things common law has developed in England, but it really doesn't exist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago, I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate and engaging in this debate is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercise, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is a law, they can't marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, like the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules, is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif, as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Kabir, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate one. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out. Let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking the laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate because all of a sudden, all of this discussion on source code for software, all of a sudden it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. they'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. He attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did, primarily within the halachic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, thanks.
Did he write some books? How was this?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remain in incunabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is full of very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, he wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes with these dense little, double column pages with little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons. If one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal, and I highly recommend it. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary in the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vosepis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages. Oh, thank you very much.
These are just 2 of 4, I think.
This is thank you, my lovely assistant, Rick Moore. That's happening. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, you should see who translated it. That's Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder. I'm not sure how to, it's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi, will often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism, that we have these two Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban, I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various, approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. They say in yeshiva, used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means there's a lot of difficulties. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest, whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interest. Yes?
Did this come from
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and, I'm going to discuss that. It's kind of interesting. But, there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there is no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was. The talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but One passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you've read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor. And he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who had, escaped, the under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, when Samuel comes back, it's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you talk to me in person. And you're going to die. But so majority of biblical commentators take it at face value that, there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, you can't see. But the Ramban, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rational. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy, and even though Maimonides was a Kabbalist, mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists. Even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not the debate with Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed fire in the winter. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Maimonides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the case there are great claims of the Jews, but one of the things that the Jews in the favor of the king and had the king really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. What is the Abramson rule of history? Absolutely. Thank you so much. Well, that's the one takeaway that I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I repeat it over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that just think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure, a feudal structure, in which the Jews established called Sarvi Kamara, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe another lecture will expand on this, but basically, the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals and coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and, pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash much more than most of society because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews would be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that set of Cameron means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you can have, like Schlumby and Yitzhak and Rivka and Shritza and Seifert, they're living in a little shed there, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money is there. So the Jews, on the one hand, they not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they live in urban areas and work in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. Which is kind of funny. We have it in the quality of an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask her, how are your Jewish people? All of us in college are bird Jews. Anyways, let's not here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head across the busy street. The other rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happen. And so he goes out, cuts the hat, returns to the rabbi. So the rabbi says, bless you, my son. So this guy says, wow, I've been just blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day. So he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horse, and he sees there's a cat. So she's cat. Maybe I should try. I rescued the rabbi's cat. I'm going to bid on cat. Sure enough, cat actually first. Makes a lot of money. He says, wow, this is great. He goes to the next race and sees there is another horse. His name is Top Hat. Top Hat is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it was going on all day with the horse. Top Hat, of course. Finally, he comes home the other day. He's all depressed and his wife says, what happened? And he tells her the whole story. And she says, well, what happened? Where's the money? He says, well, at the very last race, they bid on a horse called Chateau. And she said, you idiot. You think of Chateau. Man, Chateau is not. He said, oh, it doesn't matter. There's some Japanese horse called Yamaka. Okay, that's it. I'm going to jokes. Okay. Anyways, so Surrey Catholic, right? So you've got this period of the 13th century. The church in the century, the church has not benefited from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, very few that are younger. So here, they, especially the kings, say, what are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what he's doing. He's getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. You have to have a conservative state. Because how does it look? And those who reject Jesus, they should be in such high level of society. Oh, hopefully on Wednesday we should be discussing. So what happens is that the kings use kind of power attractions to be the church. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in the future. And one of the expressions of this was so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Dolan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forward an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutor, very analytical at the end of the day, saying, well, this is great. Religion, those Jews are so that was the way that the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the Savior on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity. To have some knowledge of Jewish techniques and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was asked something named Pablo Christianity. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against Shlomazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. And then he was invited to this disputation. A brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I'm not saying halakha, especially not in the shul, where the routes we contact, but there is a large body of religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called Mari's Kaya, meaning what those people think, see what they are. It's not appropriate to for example, dress like this, or on a tie, or walk into a church. Because then you say, oh, what's that? To the church. So Mari's Kaya does not apply when you know why you're going into a church, you're not going into the presence of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, it's happens sometimes because churches are large open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's good for sales. So, in this case, I would somebody tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question. And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay. So, anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to stay together. You can't go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument possible. The church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate that summer, and Nachmanides came out with absolutely disappointed with them. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. You have the Christian account written in Latin, by public, which of course is probably figured out by now that the church wins. Because how can you sponsor a debate like this with the whole point of diminishing Judaism have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges, all clergymen decide yes, Christianity wins. But we also have one of these accounts, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the book of debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in 5 editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides win. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate, but it's too much already enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, public Christianity the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with him. And if that wasn't enough, and then they banished Nachmanides forever. Because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. He says, look back. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. You recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, I'll let you say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive was to accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope, trying to get the Pope to support them. That's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. He fled Spain for heresy. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So it's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it was this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about this debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique. It was one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Dolan in the discussion last week that, if this ending boundary, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts can be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, although this Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Dolan, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus. It specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, not Jesus. Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not a common name, Joshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that because we do have a character named Joshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua. His teacher was also named Joshua, Yeshua, and prophet. And the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. When it comes to many things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever other than Christianity came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. That's a totally different Jesus. That's not even about your Jesus at all. And so the Christianity was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so a Yiddish Akab absolutely completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely he wrote Geret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting it. So I wonder if you have it in a very powerful like that. Elisa, didn't we study this? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, so before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 94. You all just open up your prayer list, page 94, your eyes. So let me read it to you because it is really it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain. And it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the Tzavah in Jewish literature, where the will, the ethical will, it's a document written, not saying who gets my stocks, who gets the cars, who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to be your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom of black carrots every year for Yom Kippur, and give it to each of our children. That's, you never know what will happen that year. All right, so let me read it over to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Keep, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Guinness. As it says, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna as it is written, and the wicked are destined to the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your heart. This spiritual quality is the finest of all admirable traits of Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of God. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart. So you always be aware of where you have come and where you are destined to stay. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one for whom you is called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says the heaven. After you get serious about these ideas, will stand in awe of our Creator and will be guarded against him. Once you have acquired these kind of qualities, you will indeed be happy with your life. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you as with the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the Lord of God. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart before other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem. But he glorifies himself in God's own robes for his gift. Hashem reigns. He dons the mantle of wrath. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor and prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself in honor that he maketh? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most confident and take away the wisdom of the aged. The small man stand as equal before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, and in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore, humble yourself for a shadow of the throne. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always, that your words be spoken gently, that your pen be bound. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listeners. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is a result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer in a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, like one stands before his master. Take care to always study for a diligent so that you have first commandments. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put to practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, you'll all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Answer. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way, you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he as is written, and to prepare their heart to consecrate their attendance to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, if you do, and neglect none of it. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem may be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the blessed time that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires, and then so it. That's why it's printed in the prayer again. The pages that you have to find, and read it every single day. Others behavior because of his personality coming through. And even though he's a man, the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and doing great punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. I think his last name was Guinness. That's about all I know. So we go. We'll take that over here for that. Let's go. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem. And in fact, he writes there were only two permanent residents in the Holy City. Two permanent Jewish residents. That's when they wanted to make an inland for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by Roman hordes that made their way into it. And Maimonides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, one day is here, he started to build. His very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent synagogue in Jerusalem again. Got the building itself, and it still is in place today. His legacy is, and of course, around Maimonides, one of his great scholars. You can imagine the Havdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. You can handle it. It's a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personalities and intellect, creating a community around this, scientists see this for a much larger community. So when I think about the legacy of Maimonides, we should reflect on his literary achievements, the great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, is incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction of the great achievement of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to send it to you in that case. Thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Today's topic is what I'd like to do is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is about Europe, specifically application of Jews. First of all, specifically Christian conservatives, which is very different from Europe, which is basically Christian or in small there are also especially about Spanish Jewish is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never given the authority, the fact that power was divided rather than some countries wanted to divide, or leverage they used for their own which so, first of all, when we entered into the first millennium, Spain is dominated by the Jews who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had that reputation of area. centuries of the common era. So this is on surprisingly more and more in the question of the strongest extremist level of the industry, which practice so on, really comes out of this about light for Jesus and what not comfortable and it's so much time that we very patient. And that's it's real stuff like Muslims launched from itself, which is called the Islam spread the second century with all the really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, for the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under this object, the advent of the Muslims was actually considered a favor, and there's a lot of other systems to encourage the Muslims essentially take over all of the civilian trade. So, they took over the entire region for this very short time, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islam. And there's this the beginning of what we would call the golden age of however, this is fairly short-lived, large in history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the period the huge conquest, and gradually they push themselves downwards, driving out the Muslims, including the aggressive Muslims who is not portrayed by Mondes. Over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, what actually becomes Christian once again. Muslim power is given up. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangle perpetrating slaves. It is Jews, Christians, and Muslims, the rest of the countries, really so weird. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal. You can see this map. They've got people all over Europe, throughout the Mediterranean, all the way up to Israel, to Greece, places like that. Everything to Poland, Ireland, but that's in a nutshell a very quick call this is concept. Difficult to do then start 11 Muslims come in and get whatever Jews getting out these things. Golden age, and within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Muslims move to the gold age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 it's actually expelled from all of Spain shortly after. Let us turn then to what do we mean by golden age? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had phenomenal access to the highest corridors around us, and participated very actively in creating the dominant culture of the era. And it was a period of great flourishing Jewish expression. We have a series of figures used continuously in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning practices. This is something that is really unique to people really ever since that in history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to general society, who rise to power, but in the end, you have largely their recognize this Jewish background, but ultimately what you have. And on the other hand, you have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of
to postpone cost, but they have very little access to political power over large governments. The Spanish still and uninterested Jews have both positions simultaneously. Bring that to tremendous scholars, witnesses, for example, at the same time, also have political and military general power. Something that really expresses what the Spanish state. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this particular great shown here in the statue of Nova. A little bit of exception to rule because he was given out Spain to the age of good age here in much larger Egypt. But look at figures like Pascal Bruce, very important philanthropist, scholar who ended up becoming a major diplomat. Africa, the great Sultan or Samuel Varela, who was a comfortable scholar, one of the important conferences. And at the same time, he was the military leader of Moldova, so as an executive and military Moldova, essentially the last 100 years around Rabbi, who were Jewish slavery and Canada. Who would exemplify excellence in both secular and Jewish this may be why this really is the reason why the 19th century, when there was a Renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly Europe, Germany, especially, and of course, gets into Zionism, the Spanish disengagement as a case of tremendous emulation, some period that he really tried to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power to represent as the return to this idea of an exaggerated to some degree, but that was the history of 56. Let's read the passage of election. It ends badly, of course, the good age is really old. The view of our consequence to Isabella three essentially groups and there's a long period of division difficult because of many Jews the underground activity of Jews practices Judaism secret of the conduct and these are considered to discuss but at any rate, it's very brief lecture because I did announce what we want to be living in this theory.
Sound, any exceptional sound? It sounds okay. You have no way to tell, right? It sounds really good. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get started. So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my deputy daughter Elisa is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus Annis flu. You know, starts with one kid in Taurus Annis and it spreads through all of them. You know, some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital. I imagine I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I have the opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover and over some dinner there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So as we hear, let me start with the opening joke. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. We have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The one thing that's totally weird is that they're taking like 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi say when he was here last weekend, and it's a practical for our meeting today. So the person goes in to see a psychologist, have a consultation, and he sits down, and, on a sofa, and the psychiatrist there in a chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am, again." I think he's really higher than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Haftar ibn Shahrut, Shmuel ibn Nabera, Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Rabbi is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who are at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel Grela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Agravana. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of the Isaac Agravana. I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the it's much easier, as Stephen said, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name of Abarbanel. You know what I'm talking about, a swamp rock version of Abarbanel. But it's most likely pronounced Agravano or Agravano. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll be able to tonight because it's an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Yeah. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with three large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. You recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain, and so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium, and then coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there was the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because they're still all very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
And here the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, actually Spain, but considered to those in Spain aggressive in the Islam.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in society. Yeah. So, yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing have that same title. Either that, or they all have a common ancestor. No. Okay. All right. His family background comes from Seville. And perhaps you want to read. Oh, question. Yes. We've got They're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abraham got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If you look at the map here, you see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of close to the bridge to North Africa. And he became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth, and it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. It belongs in 1391, which was first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. I'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly, but there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical records. We know, however, from later events, this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but it was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things will be mentioned here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there is a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies, including in our own times here in this country. We often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards to Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the universe. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish conscience in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. And his grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen. As his grandfather and his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Adriano studied politics and the behavior of the people who come in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abrevano family crest. I think I have a color version of it later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek, and as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase, and in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like, we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes? When he was converted, they faced Christian. Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife, we know only as Mrs. Agravano, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are some references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to his Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote an extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussion. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so, Abrevano very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that has been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they can tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks that, but there are several abridged Abhavana commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abhavana was long-winded in his thought. It's probably the result that the much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations they often repeat obvious information. They often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from the other. One of the most leading passages we lost. Most of his commentary on the book of Deuteronomy for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, maybe actually it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new pharaoh came up, a new pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? Rob says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. But this is exactly what happened to Abraham. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. This new king has, and by the way, I will tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe that's some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. But how? Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it would be H or would be J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. I'll cut this out as a J cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got a car at the Orlando, we drove the train, the cars came down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, so we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1, and finally we said, we probably passed it, let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask the directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but I said, no, we have to ask the directions. So I went into the gas station, and there was a Hispanic woman there, and I asked, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? I said, well, I don't know. And I asked her, the woman behind the camera, I said, what street was this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found them. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Agravana was associated with a noble house of the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Agravana went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abraham got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then end in get into the country a little bit later, but he realized this was the end of his promise at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, after a Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they're planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words, about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Deborah, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly covered by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu in his biography influences speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abravanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something there? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things from your article. But when he's leaving Portugal into Spain, so now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal, and in Spain he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point, and then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really developed after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it? is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profits. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, prohibition, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustration on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. The king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention, I have another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember. Shimon Gimno, a great historian, will speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that would dip into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of the this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and you usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I am extremely unpopular right now, or also probably I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money, you kick them out again, and so on. This is, yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. It provided for the insular nature of Jewish society because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the presence, you're, yeah, absolutely, please.
It's kind of a history of this expulsion.
Yeah.
Tempered up into the economic. I just think that's
Correct.
yeah, because it's good.
Right. There's a one-time going necessary. No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please. Yeah. He was the grantee. He was the tax farmee. No, he was the tax farmer. He was given control of, okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect as much. Yes. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element of the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Moranos, those Jews who had sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Noah Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the Destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos, the crypto-Jews, were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto-Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. Mr. Rodriguez, a good further than that, the 20th century, it goes right up to the 21st century, even though it looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews technically speaking had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep our traditions and openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values and so on. Please.
So now, first of all, Jews, the first successful today, have all these Christians.
Yeah.
So the Christian, it was very acceptable that they can practice all of the faiths at the same time, similar to any Christians they have. And it's kind of like I think that the Christians were actually very supportive of the Jewish these are people who chose us. So
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you a joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes? Well, Steve, you remember my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? The joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, that up until, it was Richard Mr. Schwartz, here, shall we go, Mr. Schwartz? Okay, so up until, really, it's ancient history mostly, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted. Right? You could only join if you're Gentile clientele, and there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But anyway, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. Hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd. You're in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club, and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I didn't think you're going to find a sponsor. He said, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down and sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes and knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens his door, and Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. And Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional church community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church was doing. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions were significant. Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish choice, you know what? These things, they're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. It's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on Rabbi, or the Hebrew term would be Shtadlut in Yiddish. Where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well, we'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially drive our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadtland, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, or let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government. because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done, and you live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt these two factors are Staatliches and Spain as a Rechtsstaat will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abdullah heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abraham in terms of their position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abdullah that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now in Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abdullah said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of the conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, the signal that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some researchers questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name, Senior, as Sone or the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is a history major here. What is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kogo, whom. It's basically who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000. I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all the Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, it would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting 7 wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here, anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April. The Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their lines, their coats and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. Here's as I mentioned here, Rabbi himself was pressured to convert. He was given himself, he was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. But as I mentioned, Senor, in fact, took that offer, although it is unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Rabbi refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his one-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told this by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Right? Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam, where result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abulana ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature, or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was not. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there will be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Adravano for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experiences, surprisingly, he put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Agravano's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pigeon Shuyan, or the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know, of course, from our own times, the 20th century, and he evaluates Agravano's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Agravano is undeserved. So finally, with Don Isaac Agravano, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. Is an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you. and it's great detail in the components. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Jared for sponsoring today's lecture. Very, very sharp. It's such a okay, so U.S. venture really a very pious work, and in its publication history, which exploded after the 16th century, everyone's publishing this book. It's very small, book about it takes up about 80 pages of but it's circulated throughout Europe, translated to all kinds of languages, because it's just so popular. By the way, it was a Christian. Wait, the church.
How are you all? What are I don't wear pantyhose. I wish I did, but I don't. That's okay. I've literally been on Canva now 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. You can check that on the page. I don't wear I don't wear it. So I can get it to show that you are much more simply and give people whatever they think. Entitled to it. Oh, absolutely. Oh, sure. Let me tell you all about that. Okay, so I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sign Extent. When I started, it was worth $1. It was worth less than a penny. Now it's like a $200 million market cap. So it's doing really well, and it's a wonderful community. Been live in the Telegram for more than a year. I just leave my camera on in there, just like I've been leaving my camera on in any other Discord. And I get to meet really great people, and so that's why it's like very popular or Sonic. If you don't mind, can I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for both this, but don't want more anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about things like dark energy, dark matter. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. We talk about de-extinction. Within life extension technology, we talk about things like human growth hormone, and like stem cells. We talk about inversion therapy, cryonics. We talk about things like ultra therapy and nootropics, just things to extend your life past age 80, past age 100, past age 120. And eventually, your body's going to break down. So for everyone in here, everyone in this, if you can budget some techniques within your lifetime, you'll be able to take advantage of this technology that I'm known as mind-blowing. So it's mind-blowing technology. That's where we scan your brain, basically your want people to be able to study what humans do, bathing patterns, and sit in the shower. If I need to take a bath, I can throw on. It's not weird at all. Well, if I'm recording my whole life, well, that's how you would do it. There's no other way. What's the way that you can record yourself in the shower without using the camera? It's Remo. I asked you a question. How are you going to be able to record yourself without a camera?
Let me just show you.
No, I don't think you understand the question. With what device are you going to use to record yourself, if not the camera? So essentially, you need a camera in order to record yourself. That's why I have so many different cameras. Look at all these devices. You can use an illustrator. 100%. 100%. I like that answer. Very good. Yeah, good. Yeah, okay, definitely. So instead of having a camera there, you'd have somebody with like a sketch pad. Yes, that's an excellent response. Love it. Yo. Correct. What do I mean by that? I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I have no data on my life. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the foundation of the king, and everything. You know that Bill Gates planned to produce the 1990s platform as king today. In 2018, the Times magazine stated that data is going to be the #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, and everything else. I have more data than Yep, absolutely. That's 100% right. That's 100% right. And you are wise to understand it that way. The reason why I feel that this is so important is that we need the data to be able to study it. In the future, we're going to be able to study every aspect of my life and the body, my circadian rhythm, my sleep habits, my behavioral patterns, how I eat, how I sleep, how I eat, how many breaths a minute I have, how many breaths a minute I have, how many per second. You'll be able to remove different layers of my skin, of my flesh, of my textures, my muscular system, will be able to see my skeletal system, be able to actually remove parts of the universe and see what I'm able to do by doing. These are all really exciting in order to be able to provide that to the world for future and to be able to capture them somehow in another. That's okay. Michael Jordan was uncommon. Muhammad Ali was uncommon. Steven Spielberg's uncommon. Out here, first people are the people who change society. Almost. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted him to do. That's what I want people to do. I want something that has so I have very normal Instagram. I have very out there, very I would say artistic Instagram. I have over 100, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 accounts, over 10,000 accounts. So he may find one of my Instagram accounts that have whatever TikTok, but then I've got other Instagram accounts that literally I give you the look up and they're just an entire archive of the past few years that you can watch. I would say that's pretty normal. Or I have other Instagram where all I do is video. So to have TikTok where my Instagram that's exactly what I want. Basically, what the people generally don't make history. It's the rebels of the ones who do. And I'm just one of them. I'm essentially the real set. The most content I get, eventually somebody's going to see it, and then they're going to tell their friends, and tell them other friends, maybe someone will retweet it, and sure, I'm watching history lectures. So this guy history lecture is going on behind this projector. So if you see something moving, just probably use the projector. And I love art, so I've done my best to do this compilation. Every Oscar winner, every audio book, major music video, I've done my best to get up and enjoy some history. Additionally, every major television series, anything from The Sopranos, Sex and the City, Office, the British one, every American one. I want people that actually want to be able to go to this with that watch the entirety of every single Seinfeld episode. They can watch every single Cheetah. They can watch the entire episode. If they want to watch the first Oscar winner, the 8th year from 1927, they can. If they want to watch the most recent Oscar winner, they actually Oppenheimer. Watch that. I've done my best to create essentially the words of artists library of data and in the future I feel that people to really guys I feel as if I don't think we'll be perhaps the most famous person in the world. That'll help me become a person, what I want to do. So it depends on Netflix. I've had Netflix for parts of this, so watch some really Netflix shows like Narcos on this. We watch Black Mirror on this. Have I archived all of Netflix? No, but that was never the point. If you want Netflix, go watch Netflix. But I did do my best to archive the absolute amount of television shows that we were like. So here's a Netflix one. Stranger Things. So last year I went to watch August. So that's a Netflix show. Same with Narcos, same with Black Mirror. I'm trying to think of any others that I have off the top of my head that are specifically to Netflix. Oh yeah, there are a couple others I believe, but they may be short. And then I've done some Amazon books as well. Like the Marcus. So if it's a major streaming show and it's popular in general society, I do my best to stream it. And I do lose accounts because of copyright infringement and such, but that's why I have over 100 YouTube accounts. But I get canceled on my account. It's fine. I have backups and backups and backups. You see all of the devices that we have, and all of these are multi-streaming. So what does that mean? You just don't see the one device. They're also live streaming on like I hate different YouTube store right now, 8 different combos right now. I got many that you never even heard of, like that are in other countries, like Africa TV, which is big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea, or Billy Door, which is big in China, or local TV, which is big in India. Like all of these countries have their own YouTubes, and I have a lot of followers on platforms that I've never even heard of, and many other people haven't even heard of, just because I'm present there. And so I have people all around the world watching me. And in other languages, I have to you see what they're saying. But it's very exciting to know that one day there's going to be a catalyst that makes this go viral. And then when it does, not only will I be the most famous person, but how will they be able to give back and help you? Essentially, this could be a route for the world. And how somebody feels that God is in a position that I would say specifically for women, but especially women. I think it's right that I can do this say on Discord, and I won't lose my account. But if I were a woman, I would, and I use a YouTube account, and I use an Instagram account, I use all this stuff. Deep back in discrimination. I don't like it. I'm someone who doesn't feel that we should be able to discriminate on the color of someone's skin nor the content. And I think or and it's very easy for the mainstream to be able to silence someone when they only have one Instagram account, one YouTube account. But I have so many different accounts that are multiple and not all different activity that if somebody went and says, "This is different every Rabbi Rothschild account anywhere else in it," I have many of them that are so that out in the internet sphere, and people will find them eventually. That's essentially just yes, my family, and I'm a rabbi, so rabbi, that's what we're doing. Rabbi, and we should be. Yeah, we can all agree that that's and should so with that, my friends, I hope this gave you a little bit of an believe it or not, I was up all night rapping. I'm rapping right now. I got most of this house all night for 3 hours. And some other Discord. So if you want to see that, just go to my @Rabbi Rothschild. Just simple @Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, and you can see the past few nights. Last night I did rapping. The previous night I did 90s alternative rock, and then prior to that I did love songs. So I've been doing karaoke just about every day this week. Though, we just got some election that I just streamed because it's a historical event. So, we've got that in the time as well. And if you want to learn more about me, I'll be in here. Just send me a message. Thank you. If you want to learn more about me, I have a blog. You can it's Rabbi Rothschild at blogspot.com. You want to click on my face when you go to the listen. It is the largest single block in Yoga. And the reason why it's also is because it's essentially especially for videos in ChatGPT, when you could jailbreak it and it can give you unfettered results. I would ask you, like, what are 100 ways for but if you ask now, what is the 13 providing it's very interesting to me that these different answers out there. So I asked it, like, what are 100 different ways to travel faster than business, but perhaps flag work drives and asking like that's much. Which give you a holographic things that I would just do. So I recommend you take a look at some about what I do, and with that, I've got some new friends, and know that I'll be using chat. Feel free to send me a message, just like you did over by it, and I'll get back to you. I really appreciate the effort and intro. Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Like, it would make sense to just have like a Rabbi Rothschild. But we talk about so that's really what I'm talking about. Just to give you an idea of some of these topics that are really just one moment. I was just you see just on Rabbi Rothschild. I interviewed for Market Live and that's what it's about. I'm nothing special. I just frankly know a lot about futurism and about some of the potential technologies that we can have. So some biological things that we discuss are things that we can vaccine, artificial DNA, so artificial gills at the price that allows you to extract oxygen from water. One thing that I talk about a lot is the extinction. So I don't know if you guys were aware, but the first successful extinction was in 2003. It was in the Piper Islands, which we had ago, that existed up until basically the turn of the century. The turn of the 21st century. So like 25 years ago or so. And it existed in the largest scale southern country. And the scientists were able to use the DNA of one design to be able to and was able to use a different type of divestment to become such a great leader hybrid in 2008. And while it was only viable for 7 minutes, it was only viable for 7 minutes, that machine is a great for the scientific community. That's what the 21 is the company's founded called Rothschild. But they're going to go about the year 2028 is to introduce with using African elephants, and that's within years. The little this isn't just like, oh, they're not like, what did you see? It's on the front page of their website. Their goals are like 2020, the woolly mammoth out, those are the city tiger, and the dodo. Like those animals that were you're going to be seeing some big strategy push for that. And so let's see other things that enjoy talking about, but just like Dyson trees, even up the bioengineering designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Engineers themselves capable of fertilizer shades, they eventually allow the same types of others are there. This looks like human seed. So, human seed is especially this isn't new. Actually, the Russians tried to do this in and the Chinese did this. So, perhaps they were successful with it, and we never this number publicized, but that's really interesting. Aside from life extension technology, aside from the life extension technology, so important to language. Other email subscribe. I have mail payments. I've seen some for mail as a converter to these places on new reproductive possibilities. If you're, say, yeah, but that's too much biological stuff. Like, engineering and manufacturing, things like diamond trees, structures made of diamond trees, and utility infrastructure, and exoskeletal engine, and also exoskeletal enhances human strength and potentially for industrial use. Mesoelectronics, miniaturized electronic components that integrate mechanical and electronic functions on a small scale, and quite a few other things. So that we talk about those things every day, and that is both using technology. So with that, I want everybody to know I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to make sure that she's sending all friend requests, and if you have a chance, please accept it. And we can go to life, and hopefully that never ends. Life extension technology and moving into mind of it. So with that, I was so sexy. Excellent, mission accomplished. All right, well, with that, 69 years old, everybody. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
special sauce. Yeah. Of course, it's like saving my life. That's the rule of Jewish custom. Break any law or else it's a single life, except for these things. Says, eat this cheeseburger, I will kill that guy, but don't eat the cheeseburger. But someone says, worship this false god, I will it's also important. I'm not a rabbi. I would get in trouble with you. But that's the same problem. In fact, the rabbis, so-called rabbis of good cultures, who are expected to do something based on that position, it's their choice to outwardly the source of the Bible, where it is first, which is well,
He's a little bit better for someone who wants to come to that work.
territories. And the Jews there are making it. They're celebrating Rome, secular political positions, also creates fellowship and so on. So part of the Jews of Ashkenaz and Jews from Spain have about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of stretching into themselves and starting to notice Ashkenazim were celebrating solidarity, celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, experimenting in Europe, the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue so there are some basic cultural differences between. Let's do quickly resume to some observation. Protection of the clergy. So if there are Jews, the bishop should not feel that there's that environment. But it's a skewed vision of to be sure. And even though we have frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a noticeable effect theological and practical with the church that these dates back to some honest the concept of witness, which I don't think we talked about in this class, but I don't want to take more time to do it, but basically the Catholic Church and the Christian Church developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted. The Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the kingdom purpose, or they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because we can rely on the church basically to uphold this doctrine. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to for the election. Also indicates a big separation between the masses for Christians and the immigrants and educated, organized, clergy, and the very okay, so let's go back to Benjamin's quote. This is the requirement of missions travel. And he is traveling just 75 years. It's not going to say whether I'm not going to 700 years. It is back to the Christians and Muslims. So, generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do. And the Jews are not sure this time, when the Jews and Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and Samaritans were advocates towards positions. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan. So, let's really get understanding where that comes from. Where there is, where Jesus describes beat up by robbers and suffering in the street. They trouble Jewish guys. Fair enough. Mile appropriate. The Levite walks by with his mind on their mind. This is real, every Jew knows how to do it. Then of all people, the Samaritan comes by and helps. You read in the original context, like, here's a Jewish guy, you're Jew enough, but of all people, Samaritan. I think it's someone who hates the Jews, he's the one that that's what this concept of the word Samaritan, the word Samaritan, you would expect the Jew to have this anyways, the Samaritans did, and now actually practice their rituals and It's a very beautiful, detailed description. The city of Jerusalem, talks about hotels, talks about the stables of King Solomon, and exactly as we have today's weapons. It also describes Kedarapha and Kela, the language especially describes how to arrive, get down into the actual caves, and the descriptions of the graves and so on. More detail. Yeah, see, but it's clear it's a real reinforcement of many of these indications that we use this day. It also moves on to Babylon, where is especially interesting. All of the same function of their why which it's the Karaites, the so on. Talks about the one that shows information about who said non-Jewish population that require my state not to stand in the presence of the describes quite a bit of interesting data on how the Jewish community is organized, which the weekend, which the appointments, the ordination. The rabbis is responsible for the nation, dispersing, so nation of the settlements and the state of the data, which receives more information. That's interesting. But that was transferred their side, and they have to bring it there every year. They would move right to the pockets on one side of the house, where it's they would so the person that got the guy, the first guy, disrespectful. Suspended middle of the bridge. So that way, if you this fishing, the bridge was prohibited. That was considered. That's why they have those signs here. Bridge. That's so interesting. Escape and various numbers like we have the original invisibility ship, water, and it was also useful as a mode of transport, weight on water and rock. Water, people would still be this. Ultimately, we would both be excellent for those who use it. Obviously, our Sunday nights. There are some descriptions for it. Visited by China, but he does have some interesting references to places like Kiev, he apparently visited, and everything kind of material there in the past scholars would just to conclude, I want to show you this last part, is during your country, Russia, and to see Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World. And Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto came originally from family came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abulab, the author of the Menorah Samahor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur Haggadah, which is a translation of the term the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur Haggadah in obviously a language we could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually, after he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492. He resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty through Tunis and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1550. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasim, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for this week of Jewish history. I hope the conversation we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at the period of the Shoah, or the first description of this aspect of understanding how the Jewish intellectual history develops, how really literature works. Was this period of history. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is ingrained in Jewish psyche and is very much a relevant aspect of contemporary Jewish hermeneutics, particularly moving to Jewish Orthodox. Specifically, there is this idea that the Vidas Hadoros, or decline of the generations, there's this concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah to the Jews on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. As my father used to say all the time, it just gets worse. So the idea is that on Sinai, the Jews reached a spiritual peak. Sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest, and as the Talmud says, Midrash actually, and Sinai improved most houses, saw but ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to sense this message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and with instructions by Trent Water. It does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished. In fact, this is not trying to go off on a digression. When it comes to halakhic decisions that we consider strange Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though we believe that this way. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope, kind of like step plateaus, and the Jewish religious and intellectual tradition only recognize several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods I've outlined. There is a period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd to the 6th century, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim, or the Geonim, the full time translated word five. So I did the definition here of hides, but really it means like glorious ones or great perfection. You may have heard the term Gadol, or the Gadol. It's the correct usage of the term. The title for Rabbi but that term is used anachronistically. He was so great, he was like one of the Geonim, that he lived over. Then we have the period that we talk about today, that is the Rishon, the first Rishon. And that spans roughly 950 years. There's some that kind of forget exactly when that period begins. And then finally, the period of the Acharonim, the later ones, that goes up to roughly the year 1900. And it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century. But that's kind of like it's the Jewish history, the arc of Jewish history. So let's focus in on the point number 0, the Rishon. The names, if you have any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, will certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this type of Rishon. But to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rothschild, with being secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe he lived in the following century, 12th century. Here is another equally accurate particularly like this one, especially background. We have no idea what it looks like this, but nevertheless, this is you see all of the history of it. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishon, which means the additions, and they are according to their contribution, additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page, just taking off the colorized here. Let's walk through very quickly to see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 center is the Mishnah. This is the first stage of Shakti Brachot. And we spoke about the Mishnah earlier this semester. Stands directly below it, center of the page, number 2 in yellow. That is the Gemara, or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on. And then the 2 on the right, number 3, that is the commentary on Rashi. If you look closely, you'll see that in this particular edition, like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. The original the characteristic italic font that is associated with Rashi's script. or it was just a custom color used, typescript, transcript, with, always, for the expression to direction. So you'll see that the, some passages are bolded and others are not bolded, regular stuff. This gives you indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number one and number two. And then his comments follows in regular. So Rashi is kind of providing this incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with 50 book on that is very, very economical use of words express what the text means. So Rashi is incredible ace at saying something, and also really incredible commentary on Chumash, first line of the Torah, as well as the Tanakh, actually, that really helps the reader walk through the cycles. Very, very economical. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the curriculum. Next, number 4 on the outside, that's actually the one that a lot of here, but the actual columns in number 4, which you can see is sort of like C shapes, and it wraps around the top and the bottom of it. That's actually toasted. These are additions to Rashi. If you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than Rashi, because this photo is performing an entirely different function. Toastable is analyzing text, raising objections, comparing truth elsewhere in the topic to the mistake, and so on, really taking an entirely different approach to Rashi. Toastable represents several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of modified. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to looks like about the 18th century. They you'll see my lecture on the commentators if you're curious about the daily detail. So those are 3 very basic things. But what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in a readily understandable people. Many of those texts are written not in the Aramaic or so there was a lot of confusion about the language itself. But more significantly, unaccepted these arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the disposition, especially something like Rabbi did tremendously, and generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generations certainly true. Many of us require English translation to access the Rishonim who are helping us access the original text. And that's essentially what we're doing. In our contemporary example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art school of the city. That is phenomenal to art school. Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval users. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in positive speech, a larger text. Basically, Jewish law or halakha is spread out throughout the mass. It's throughout this huge topic. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, of course, from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Geonians. There are correspondence and Shavuot and so on. And a lot of this material, is just construction that most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this. We're going to space it out, its chapter headings, its subject headings, so that we can look at them as massive the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back to the entire Talmud, which at this point, remember, had not been influenced in any reasonable fashion. To be shown did a lot of that really basic work. Part of all of that material. Minorities, as I mentioned, probably important qualifiers of the era in a book called the Mishnah Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law. You have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Spectator. This is written at the very end of the period of the Shulchan. Somebody from the author of it is the Karla Early Ones, but basically this is the authoritative code on which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishon. First is basically the explainers. Second major modifiers, various commands. Last area that you find the complications analyzed. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishon expressed itself was the area of Indian mitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 615 Ariad mitzvot. That's a lot more than 10. This is a huge amount of mitzvot. And, guilty. So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or any other text were they ever actually listed. So many of the commentators in the Rishon period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 615 commandments? And so minorities and others compiled these lists. They were saying disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. So basically, one of the big activities is counseling. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew English edition published in 20th century by Rabbi. The Sefer is an amazing work. It's by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron and Barcelona up to the 15th century. This is a great book. If you want to check out the introduction, which includes basically what he did was he honestly focused this book as a farmer's presence. I was growing up, farmer's presence with my sons generally got things like iPods, but back then in the 15th century, this was constant. It's basically it goes through every part of the Torah, my books and most of them, I don't know, for each of the US. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, describes how they're performed, gives an historical background, and then immediately specifically talks about what's made. This is an area of activity that used to be and shy away from, at least in the but the was very interested in taking over his son, some things after why that's really fascinating, especially when you get to the arcade. Strange commandments like breaking our beats or not. So together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely not very much. Another philosophical series that's extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, I mentioned over and over again. He is such a history. This is a picture, illustrated manuscript of his own Guide to the Complex, which the artist, which typically be as Maimonides, seated on the right, when filling, instructing these students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the really creation, an area which is named contemporary as Shabbat, as thought, which basically expands this idea of why did God speak to this? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work? So, and the more we see the guys reflected on these for which, of course, my mind is criticized by other Jews what is being surrounded with this not a particularly scientific. Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand that a little better, especially when we contrast them with the native community. The Rishonim have a pride of place to be going back to the concept of the Levites, because they come earlier. And their activity, particularly in congregation, explaining the text and so on, makes give them a huge pride of place in position to curriculum. Macaroni, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to make the Rishon, emphasizing their work, in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, novel situations that are changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the environment. And what does electricity mean? And one uses distance location to fulfill the mitzvah of feeding the shofar. Things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, particularly the later contemporary thinkers and persons. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are, what the engagement, especially as part of the tradition. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, thank you very much for coming. It was fantastic having you last week at the book launch. I really was very gratified by it. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on video is dedicated by Kate Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Ramiro Matos, and by Barb and Kellen Ricard in memory of Lou and Jenny Ehrlich. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who are donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. You see, we've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So we'll somehow make it. I also want to give a special thank you, as I mentioned, to those of you who came last week. It was really wonderful. We had a huge crowd. There was a lot of sushi that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a meaningful experience talking about my new book, which is selling really well. And I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the 5 towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, that's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book context, and welcome you to come on out and or send your friends in the 5 towns to come see it. Okay, so let's go to the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, And I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago. And then someone pointed out to me, it's not even Gabriel, it's even Gabriel or Gabriel. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's not even Gabriel, not Gabriel. It's embarrassed. I even said it to a rabbi, and the rabbi corrected me, and I felt humiliated, but it's good because it's that's rid of my sins for Yom Kippur. Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabirol. That's our subject for tonight. A fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews in Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22. He was born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Saragossa, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a misa meshuna, a strange death. To die before the age of 40 is definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. And we'll discuss exactly how it was discovered to be actually one of Ibn Gabirol's works, which I was fascinated. He lived a difficult life. He was orphaned as a young child. He found a patron, and then before he turned 20, the patron died. And he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a fantastic poet, and of course, in Spanish society, poetry was the acme of all virtues. So he had always an audience to attend to his poems, and he had customers for his poems when he was writing for hire. But he was not well loved for his personality. He was known to be quite irascible, and the greats of that era all spoke of him as this kind of enfant terrible that was, very talented, brilliant even, tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and, as we shall see, for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the great Moses Ezra had some things to say about that in a second, but it contributed to the fact that he died alone. He was never able to marry. He was never able to form a kind of relationship with a person, as far as we can tell. And even his supporters, like Shmuel HaNagid, who we discussed earlier, wanted to keep him at arm's length because of his difficult personality and makeup. Also, Ezra writes, although he was a philosopher as far as intellectual attainments were concerned, yet his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control his temper and was easily led to ridicule great men and to subject them to contempt in his writings. A little bit of a glimpse of the contradictions of Ibn Gabirol's personality, because we will read shortly just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal tshuva, his personal repentance, and his self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that, he had episodes of misanthropy that made it difficult for him to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes in humility." A little sense of there is some fire burning there in his personality, a sense of where he comes from. Here's my favorite, though. Check this out. "My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends." Meaning, if I love you, if you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Just ask whatever you want, I will do it for you. dust to those who keep faith with me, and you won't find a more loyal or true associate than I, but to my enemies. And the sky raining fire on their heads. And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never stoop to mention it again. Feels like this is the person you don't want to cross. Let's see why he would be regarded in this rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things that he wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity because it's so. There is a great historical irony here in that the contrast between his elevated ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this really being outside the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy. Not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. He's kind of like shunted away from the Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Fons Vitae. In the cover of one of them. Fons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this maxim opus, his philosophical masterworks, is that it did not. He wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the Jews in Al-Andalus wrote their great works in Arabic. Maimonides, of course, writing in Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also at a certain level of hubris in his writing, in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Fons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture, without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic, mystical writings. They're not present in Fons Vitae. It's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a Neoplatonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from now. The Arabic original did not survive the vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text, like, let's say, Maimonides' writings. But it was, as we saw with Ibn Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we had hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which only took extracts of it by someone named Shem Tov Ibn Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied. And the author's name, Ibn Gabiro, was eventually changed to Latin Abi Sabro or Abi Sabron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which is in Latin, Fons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin or maybe in Arabic by some Christian, perhaps. But there was no idea that it was associated with the Jews. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. And for 800 years, it became incredibly popular with Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas, very much involved with Fons Vitae. It was a core text, and it's runaway popular with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about. It was in the 19th century. Here's a publication which it is associated now with Ibn Gabiro, but at the time it was famous. It was still Abbas Sebron, like what it says there. Until a 19th century French scholar named Solomon Monk found an abbreviated version of Makor Chaim, which was the Hebrew title, Makor Chaim, the source of life, and he read through it and he said, gee, that sounds a lot like Fons Vitae, and he was able to match them up and then finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now that Ibn Gabiro is the author of this core Christian text. And in fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge pictures of Jesus by a well or things like that. That's the way the Christians appreciate that Ibn Gabiro without realizing that the Jew is actually at the authorship of this important work. So it is ironic that, despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, he was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry. In fact, it is through his poetry that he's lived on. Very prolific poet, with over 300 poems that have survived. He was very precocious as a young man. At age 16, he wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments in verse. And we should recall that the Andalusian poets had a special affinity for acrostics, where they spell out words in the first letter of each line and things like that. And it's amazing when you see that the meter works, the rhyme works, and the letters are all absolutely essential to the entire poem. That you could not add another line, you cannot take away a line without ruining the entire puzzle. And it's a work of tremendous intellectual gymnastics to be able to put all of these things together into a poem. At age 19, he wrote, following an example set by Sadia Gaon out east, he wrote a poem detailing the rules of Hebrew grammar in 400 verses. Again, an amazing feat of intellectual mastery of both the subject matter and the expression that is associated with he wrote. But his poetry is primarily religious, philosophical in nature. And what I mean by that is that he has a very complicated philosophical outlook that we'll explore in the next unit shortly, that he renders into poetic verse. In other words, he expresses this complex metaphysical notion of the universe in verse. I'll read you just a couple of passages from what is, without doubt, the most famous of his works. It's this huge poem that takes up about, 60 pages in this thick book here of Hebrew English poetry. It's called Keter Malchut, the Crown of Glory. It has been adopted into the Yom Kippur liturgy for Sephardim, and it is a very beloved piece of work because it goes through, again, these complicated acrostics, this philosophical overview of the entire universe. It's very astrological in nature. He goes through the creation of all the planets and what they're for and what they exert upon the world. He goes through the brilliance of the human body and what they are all about and how God fashioned them and so on. And you get this tremendously majestic view of everything that God created. And then he connects it to the personal repentance in a way that makes it so perfect for Yom Kippur. So let me just read you in English the beginning, the first stanza, and then let me read you a section that I chose for repentance. So this poem begins with a little introduction that says, "May this my prayer aid mankind, the path of right and bliss to find. The living God, his wondrous ways, herein inspire my song of praise. Nor is the theme at undue length set down. Of all my hymns, behold the royal crown." By the way, the translation is masterful by the great Israel Zangwill, very important Anglo-Jewish poet and novelist. Okay, so here's where it actually begins. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly..." These are hard words. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly knoweth. Thine, O Lord, are the greatness and the might, the beauty, the triumph, and the splendor. Thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art exalted as head over all. Thine are all riches and honor. Thine is the creatures of the heights and depths. They bear witness that they perish while thou endurest. Thine is the might in whose mystery our thoughts can find no stray. So far art thou beyond us. In thee is the grail retreat of power, the secret and the foundation." In the Hebrew, I'll read just a little bit of it. You hear the echoes of verses of Tehillim and Psalms and passages from the Bible. So it all has a familiar air to it, based on that literary technique we discussed earlier called shibutz, where he'll ornament, he'll bring in passages from biblical things. So when you're reading it and you have strong biblical literacy, then you understand, far greater depths and allusions that are inherited. So, לך השם הגדולה והגבורה והתפארת והנצח וההוד. לך השם הממלכה והמתנשא לכל הראש, העושר וכבוד. לך ברואי מעלה ומטה יעידו כי המה יודעו ואתה תעמוד. So I said that Ashkenaz when תעמוד. לך הגבורה אשר בסודה נמצאו רעיוננו לעמוד. כי את צמת ממנו מאוד. לך חדיון העוז הסוד והיסוד. So if you're familiar with Hebrew and if you're regular in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages as being taken directly from the liturgy or from Tanakh and so on, and they inform every line of this massive poem. So as I mentioned, it goes through this beautiful cosmic overview of everything in creation, how God created it, and you walk away on one kick of realize you're not eating, and you're reading this massive poem, and you're feeling the greatness of God's existence. Okay, so here's a passage just to give you a sense of how deep his personal tshuva is. How, we've seen how others have referred to him, how he regrets his own misbehavior. He says, "Oh my God, I know that my sins are too great to tell, and my trespasses too many to remember. But as a drop from the sea will I make mention of some, and make confession of them." He will, by the way, go through a long series of acrostics of all different kinds of sins, which we see in the Ashkenazic liturgy as well, faiths, prayers, and things like that. Same idea. Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their woes and their passion, and thou wilt hear from heaven and forgive. I have trespassed against thy law. I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed. I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have stiffened my neck, I have loathed thy rebukes and done wickedly. I have corrupted my ways, I have strayed from my paths. I have transgressed and turned away from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that is come upon me, for thou art done truly and most upright. O God, my countenance falleth, and I remember all wherein I have put thee. For all the good which thou hast bestowed on me, I have requited thee with evil. For thou hast created me not from necessity, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstance, but by favor and love. And before I was, with thy mercies didst thou conceive me, and breathe into me a spirit and call me into being. And after I came forth into the light of the world, thou didst not forsake me, but like a tender father didst thou watch over my growth. It goes on in this vein. I don't want to, do tshuva in the month of Cheshvan because we have a few months still to do Averos and catch up on Yom Kippur. But we get the idea of the depths of his poetic sensibility and why he was so beloved as a poet. As we shall see at the end of this class, he is immensely quotable, so much so that he's one of those few Jewish poets who have sort of breached the barrier between being an internal Jewish celebrity and being a world celebrity. Like people like Maimonides, who are able to inform the world, even in other languages, as being of great depth and wisdom. Okay, so let's talk about his philosophy a little bit, because in many ways that's really the core of what he was all about. His poetry is deeply informed by his metaphysics, and it's impossible to understand his poetry in any depth without grasping the larger sense of his philosophical view. So he was one of the great Neoplatonists. What is a Neoplatonist? Well, let's start with what is a Platonist, and then we'll work through the Neo part. Here is the classic painting, of course, the School of Athens by Raphael, 16th century. It's in the Sistine Chapel, which is a very beautiful building near some shuls in Rome. And this shows like all of these great thinkers from the Periclean age in Athens. Socrates is over here in green. He's a very philosophers, the father of philosophy. I'm not an art historian, so I don't really know why Sasky's side. I would have put him like, and he's looked in profile too. You think he would be more central, but definitely the most important figures are central to the image. You see here Plato and Aristotle, two figures who had an incredibly large influence on Jewish thought, coming from the other side of the barrier, as it were. Plato here shown on the right, the elder, who was the student of Socrates, and his student Aristotle over here. And Plato and Aristotle differed in so many things. You can see that Plato in this picture here is pointing to the heavens, as it were, saying that what is true is above. And Aristotle, on the other hand, is saying, no, it's on the earth. Empirical studies are what's important, and so on. Plato and his ideology was very in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect, a mathematically exact world that could not be contained within material form. And in fact, he used the term in Greek ethos, or in English forms or ideas, to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world, of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like, if you're familiar with the Republic, if you study philosophy when you're in college, in the 6th chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs, and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are urban puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets, and because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun, trees, and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemeral. So that is kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes, because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff, it's garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfectly formed. Plato, he just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And a huge difference over the empirical status of reality. And most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in those deeply Aristotelian vein. But Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There's one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, right, we say in the Hebrew tradition, aim for milvado, there's nothing other somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, They are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. So that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought. You can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Rabbi Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature of his contribution to scholastic thought? Again, his thought primarily pervades Christian ideas. It did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas. Is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood, matter, chomer in Hebrew. And morphism is related to the idea of tsura, or forms, matter and form. For Ibn Gabiro, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless, like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium, or into cheap-looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the hulos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is the classic idea of Ibn Gabiro. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabiro was often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and was basically ignored by Jews. Philo, we won't go into much detail today, but just he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the Temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the derech, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, following certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for it. Ibn Gabriel is similarly heavily influenced scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very, esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning, if metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe, ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interact. And that's really important for Jews who spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy and rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to recopy it in Ibn Gabriel's name, and we have to this day. It's called Nibchat Apninim, which means the choice of pearls. And it's essentially a sequel to his Makor Chaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, he gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is. We wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Kabir. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of want to stick to the chase, how are we supposed to behave. So it basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the 4 elements and the 4 humors. This is kind of also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers or Galens, and trying to figure out how we can sort of ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpah. So, or mercy. These characteristics are like and respect to cool. So all of these things, for example, they kind of are all about coolness, all about not getting too upset, not going too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, I like and respect the heat, you have to get upside down. Pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency, hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interestingly, cowardice fits there with heat. But that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now, if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness, also these are great words, grief, and hard-heartedness. And the whole map, which is central to this book, Mikar Paninian, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the 4 elements, and black gall in terms of the 4 humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to an ethical center. A very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. The sense of a real sophisticated, complicated thought, the metaphysics informs the ethics, and when you go back and read something poetic like Keter Malchut, then you see that, oh my gosh, she's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches his understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that he went primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas and his expression in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translations that was more of this kind of pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pitty quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful way. And even Gabriel also took the photographs that goes behind these two. Yeah, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Okay? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. I mean, it's not a secret at all. But if you want to keep something chill, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, understand half of what's going on. And then finally, okay, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. Beautiful, yeah, that's kind of that quality to it. That's very good. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We've come to the conclusion of the lecture. Even Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters, died very young. He was a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today amongst Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but it was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to put in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya Ibn Pakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabriel. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Kogos and Levavos, the obligations of the heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for that. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted it and I decided to cut them out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Toccoa, Israel. So here to lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. But anyways, I'm going to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, after reading my book, I'm really grateful to all the people who did nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. It makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is not quite large enough if you read it in one sitting, but I'm glad you're finding people. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, feedback, corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site, they give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who will appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah with possession of it. The second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today. It's a shout out if you're watching it right now. From a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge many things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I'm very excited. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbi Bachya on Kogos and Levavos. Oh my gosh, we're an amazing book, amazing paper. And I look forward to when we do that. Okay, have an excellent week. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic. right? Something that, you know, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. I'm just so amazed with the range of depth and breadth, these fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbi Bachia, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Phobos of Levavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so. Maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week, it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the hero lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not giving them. It's only for you guys. But let's try this one. Okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right. Although I have to say, it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of film jokes. A film in Ashkenazi sort of mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about film Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is the bonus joke, not the one I was trying to tell, about the Count family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. He calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it's right the other side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know which they ended up, they decided to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." He says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they want to know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study. He's drenched in sweat. He's obviously exerting himself intellectually. Finally, the answer. He says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." Is it Jewish humor? Maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find it professional. So tonight's topic is Rabbi Bachia. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare just before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. Refuah Shalema is a complete healing, and we should know more at Sarah. Another very quick kind of point, piece of information. For the internet audience, I'm going to put a kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side. And really, it looks fantastic. It's so cool. Watch the internet version with 600 pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important to good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, because my wife would kill me if I don't show up. No. But it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I guess, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of, immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes altogether. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the names. It says most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I have to look that up, it stands for Jews in name only. And it's based about part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars. We've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete them later. But in the meantime, support our students. All of you on the internet. Doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care. We want to keep learning and we will help our students get through their undergraduate. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbi Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbi Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes, kind of like the classic printing of Rabbi Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. This is the Hebrew title page, Torah's Chovas HaLevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. The word Torah comes from Hara'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart and what the whole book is about refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged with for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here, written in Arabic by the great and pious Rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic. Although overwhelmingly, we have relied on 12th century Hebrew translation that we look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? He's our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. But Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century, in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people have that level. So we know he is an important person. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. The kudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachya, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachya would be something like Beit Chet, but people say Bachya. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a schwa, so it would be the Bechaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, and he is finally, we know he was a Dayan in Sephardi, the Sephardic judge, the judge of Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Ibn Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachya that we have. Okay. Here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. And this is fascinating, Ibn Tibon. Okay. Ibn Tibon was the creator of a multi-generation family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. And this is a period when in the 12th century, when the Almohads come in and the Al-Andalus period of the Golden Era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution, the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic leaders are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before, Levi leaves and others. The Al-Fasi, ironically, there's two Spain at this point. This is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline. It's now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So Ibn Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics: the Moran and the Theme, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kusari that we spoke about a few weeks ago. It all came from Ibn Tibon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibon chose to render into Hebrew. My contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides. Well, actually, Maimonides was I think he wrote the guide, but he chose him over Yehuda Halevi. He chose him over so many other authors because Chovot HaLevavot was so unique and original. It was a path-breaking work, and that's why Ibn Tibon chose to start. Ended up being a massive translation project with this particular work. And then, just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see when I hold up mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. You zoom in on this there, David? Just how's it look? Yeah. Can you read it okay? If I do like this.
I don't even mention.
It's okay. So the on the top is the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibon. But because Ibn Tibon, as he mentions in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachya as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so we have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers, but don't make sense retranslating Ibn Tibon, often by people who don't speak Arabic, but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more work to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case the 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldheim. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with regular translation, is that translations themselves are already a step back from the original. And that's how we access what we're going to and that's where I should go on to the next slide. So where did it come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him. In fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Timon, because Ibn Timon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirol, that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the five different, four different character traits and the four different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Vinavakia. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Vinavakia as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship is around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book? Why is it so distinct and special? This is an amazing 19th century painting by Rothschild. Its owner is Anna Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, meaning a focus from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. So it sounds like a controversy. Like, ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that I speak German. I sound like I'm angry. She wants me to explain it to her. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. They figure it all out. They know it. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture of my grandmother showing to home, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows when rabbis engaged in a Talmud discussion. Now, besides that very short part of the screen moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as Plato had put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms. You have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. Break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek is wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created, and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, we can use that word, that term, Jewish thought starts from some, the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you've got to start. You've got to start with, for example, Torah Messina, revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe? That goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles with which we were given. So, a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school. They're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts, and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does the survey class at the end of the class session. Before everyone is dismissed, I would like all the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and pick up the Bible. So after all the other students file out, and the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll. So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have started it. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before, try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Homos Lavalos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deep, sophisticated legal tradition, which begins verses in the Torah. It goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In the 11th century, 12th century, you begin to see the early codes, like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the toughest? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed. Just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Rothschild did was he said, wait a second, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Rothschild is all about. I'm not going to talk about how you shake the root dogs or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. Depending on who you ask, they're probably best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovos Levavos, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it. So, not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabad here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musar." And my daughter wrote and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus." Right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovos Levavos. It all starts with Rabbi Bakia, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. I like to see a little bit of what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic tradition in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those that named after gates. So one of those, really, obviously, I'm not going to say it. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's difficult because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict. And it is difficult. We've got to look at that, but occasionally we see these things about ISIS and beheadings and just like what do we have any vocabulary with this people? And in all this we did, we shared and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate. Right. So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. No, let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobo, that I showed you earlier, who wrote a great book on Rabbi here recently. So this is the 9th century, 100 years before Rabbi Bakia, and the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Mu'adh. It was said to Yahya ibn Mu'adh, tell me about God. Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abatu, that's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because I have a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. So when you have 10 years, you can get away with things. Tell me about God. What does he? Yahya responded. He said, God is one. Right, there's definitely something that you can do. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? In what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? This is a strange answer. On the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which explains on this, but it's the honor of talking to. Now let's read from the Rabbi, and I'll read the Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago there was scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? The Omar, the answer is one God. God is one. Amalei Shoel, so the questioner asked, the Eichu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Eichu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amalei Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amalei Ra'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amalei, here's the Hebrew term, Tzipia. Tzipia. So Tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofa, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? You know, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. You know, that's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. You can't separate. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Noble explains, you can't ask where God is. But ask that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't see in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Rabbi likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amalei Shoel, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amalei, so the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra. B'nivra, sorry. So you ask me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that the Rabbi will bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who are spiritual seekers who shared whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating examples. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibbon. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said, don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I don't have to murder this. We once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramoff. And the second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramoff, Tehillah Abramoff. And so we agreed that I would read the first section. I read it diligently, which is like years ago. I used to like notes and stuff like that to myself. And then I gave her a book that she read, and I figured she would read the women's section. And we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes. And before reading her section, she asked her, why did you write that? Why did you write this? Lost my train of thought. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart, trying to understand your relationship to God, and you're working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's the hard. I want to have a relationship with God. Who is God? The first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends into what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by nots. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say, I'm over 40 years old, I could really given up for this. I didn't understand it. But the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. Rabbi Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an ancient Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, a emunah pshuta, belief in a creator, and even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. It's a lot. You have thought of that. And all of a sudden, you've got 5 years of going off the derech, trying to figure out, got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides, Yad Chazakah, the Torah, the section on Yisodei HaTorah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one of the cool things about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that this such a thin Sephardi Dayan, a judge, a Sephardi judge, could borrow the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? And as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Andalusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe. But I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you've probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish, you're not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, stay far away from this one. It's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get any close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because it's copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito. And let's pause to discuss that. Wow. These Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song. It's totally not okay. And we like the word Despacito. We like the tune. And then we just totally transvalue it. We eat the fruit and we throw away the peel. I just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archives, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh and moist. It'll have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. That because we live as a minority, because we live in a multimedia, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls. I mean, that's not it. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbi Bachia, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish concept. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Chuvas Levados on the shelf. So Rabbi Bachia's work, it's still being alive and steady just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, let's go. Oh, there's so much to say. But that was fun. Right. Okay, so the foundation. So these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the others. The idea is it describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher drega, higher level of self-awareness, of ethical perfection, of spiritual purity and oneness with, the God's purpose here. The first gate we talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is which is referring to the unity of God. Then the next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating non-delusion kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says, if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. He says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolab. It's like the big invention he did. It's like the iPhone of the day. You have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them? And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our experience in the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He talks about how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to eat, things like that. And he goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually told my wife aside to read this to her. Who the child? And then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. The Hora ain't on no Asida, and his parents are not disgusted with it. The Eman misragzin on Mashik Rachav Rabin, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. Ramash ain't do makir, Lahem Toba ala Tircha, Shalom Sodom Mano, and they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. We have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was looking at the teenagers. Rashem Masapkin Lo Atzorecha B'Shlomi Ma'osim Nezek, and the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. They're Adarabba, I'm talking to you, but he's on Musar. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's on the land. Actually, I'm sure it becomes a thing. The Baron Lamed Rebbe, the Tzur, the Sugar, until he becomes an adult and learns to speak and compose himself properly like a human being. Right? So I found that more funny than you did. But the idea is like it's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't show like their teenagers. You know? Some people are not. Anyways, so that's the beginning of discernment. It's all about discerning the case of life, see what the universe has to offer, and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by something. The gate of divine service, of Lotus Elohim, which are all about, okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. You see God in the universe, so get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in short dominion. How is God in property? How do I put your soul into what you're doing? Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational as always. The gate of trust, how to trust God. Very, very hard. If we have more time, because one section I want to read to you. 7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. You have to trust in this way, and then you have to trust in this way. And so reading a chapter like that, this gives you such a sense of wellness, and such a sense of calm, and a sense that, the universe is my friend because God protects me. Phenomenal classic work of God. Greater unity of purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea that you don't have to have everything. You can live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate pursuit of the love of God, which is also where Maimonides is found as a famous book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God. Much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. The last part of the book is the only thing that we have in the Bach's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochatzah. Very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. He speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to focus and discipline and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the Bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Tochatzah and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, and I've gone through those levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends and see if they can enlighten me as to who actually keeps this practice. It's a very beautiful one that I think would be wonderful to revive. It's printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldheim edition. I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up Focus Levavos as we've not read it yet and make the way through it. Skip over the first chapter. I don't need to address every section of this. But it is a work of phenomenal serendipity, and it's quite unique in that it starts up this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really four different schools of Musar that develop from the Chovos Levavos speeches, very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have halachic Musar, which you see much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar, we go on and on. But the idea is it all really comes back to Chovos Levavos. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so delighted in the story of leading a Liverpool as we make our way along the tour that's come from Portugal to Spain. This promises to be an absolute experience from a true level of development. Of course, this conference explore features that provide safari to develop. We'll be looking at the entire gamut of safari features, all the way from the ancient settlement from the Roman period before to the Roman era, and looking at the golden age, of course, must be thinking much more difficult because the position of the expulsion. Now, I'm hoping to also spend a fair bit of time looking at those who chose to deny their identity in order to maintain their existence in a very complex environment. And how those ideas not only versions of the Americans, but also into Europe, at least and North America as well. And this thing we have I'm looking forward to participating with you. Hopefully, visit the website for more recommendations of Dawn and Professor Dawn. We're working on the education, sitting down right now, and make sure that cultural responsibility on the now, there's going to be people like to about it. Well, he was on this. So, I hope to see you on this trip. I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy it. It's very We have a great topic tonight. We're talking about Abraham Zachuto, also Zachut or Zachut, a fascinating individual, an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion. We're just going to touch on it briefly today and sort of in passing for Zakuto's life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details of the expulsion. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of the unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to the Jews at the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. But I'm going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let me start with a joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I've yet to succeed. I have to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. So you will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chel. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. It was a different joke. This is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chel. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews. And you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chel. And he's one night he's going into this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse, and he's leading it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks, and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around, going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's dead there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "Who's me? Who's me?" And so the horse thief comes up. The farmer says to him, "Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you?" He says, yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. I was on the spot, thinks very quickly. He says, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse. I was sent to work for honest Jews like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been completely, made equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again. And the farmer, incredulous felt like that. Is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up the whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes up to the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. Goes into the horse market. He's looking at one horse and another horse. And all of a sudden, he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. Goes up to him. He sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height. Checks its teeth. Even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate it. Very polite audience. Okay, thank you to Mr. Sklar for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in the lectures, and it's great to have him here. He votes to continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good welfare. I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers, which is a really kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or a star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just, lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay, another really important thing. This is a good welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry reading by an exceptional individual, our very own Professor Yoshua November. He teaches composition here at the college, and he is an award-winning poet. We've spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. We should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published 2 books, so we're reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary publications, and he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. We have a rare privilege to have him on our campus, and I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments, and he is, by the way, perhaps the #1 most popular professor on campus. So I think we will have a lot of students here as well. It's going to be a really special evening. I hope you'll be able to come. I know it's a Tuesday, but if you can make it on Tuesday night next week, it would be fantastic. Okay, so jumping ahead to where we left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material then. Abraham Zacuto. So the name Zacuto is a Latinization of the Hebrew term Zechut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the horrific expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways even more cruel than the Spanish expulsion. That we will push on a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe. It was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish, and he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in the Sefer Yosef. So he kind of changed and became much more of a Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides and Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaMagid, who were able to excel in their secular activities and in their Jewish activities simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abrabano. That's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. So it's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we'll have some time to contemplate at the end of this course, at the end of the semester, why is it, what were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like The grandfather we don't know, but his grandson is also a famous scientist, and as a result, we have his likeness here. His activity was primarily astronomy and astrology. If you'll recall that we spoke about in a lecture about Ibn Ezra, these two terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the various planetary bodies and the understanding of their various orbits, paths, and so on. And astrology, a little bit more of on the woo-woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life, creating off the horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier in this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the, maybe you could say, superstitious elements of approaching the stars, although there is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ibn Ezra perhaps gave us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs together in a consistent system. But this we'll also see the same thing happening with Abraham Saputo. At this time, in one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was one particular Nobel person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well, please. I apologize, I should have remembered all the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it, but it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well. And the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well is because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate that the next auspicious day for the left eye operation will occur for another 12 years. I happen to have an opening now, so he actually suggested he not have the operation because the stars not aligned. But you see in this example, sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca. He was born in 1452 in that region, and he actually taught astronomy there as well, working in their famed library. This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about astronomy and astrology to his students there. This is, again, one of those very special periods of time in which, in the pursuit of knowledge, the pure pursuit of knowledge, there was no or little distinction made to the religious background of the person who was sharing that knowledge with students. It is a very bright but very fleeting moment in world history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his demonstrated knowledge, he was able to actually rise and teach Christians in a secular environment like the college. In fact, he enjoyed the patronage of the church, largely because of a work he wrote called Afibor Habdado, the Great Collection, or the Great Book, which is essentially a Hebrew compilation of astronomical teachings. He viewed himself as a descendant, an intellectual descendant of Maimonides, and that he was improving on Maimonidean theorems for how the astronomy could be calculated and the planetary bodies could be tracked. And Maimonides definitely did take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants, and immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial as we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was using a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. It was every century. Russia, by the way, only got on board the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. Yeah, so they actually have an 11-day gap where nothing happened in Russian history because they had to catch up. The Muslims follow a lunar calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months, but that means it's only 359 days a year. And so that means that the seasons are constantly shifting. Now, if you go over a 10-year period, you'll see that holidays that were in the fall one year will be in the summer another year, and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims later adopted, but there are certain key pegs in time that are mandated by Scripture. The holiday of Passover is called Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. So you cannot have Passover occur anytime except the spring. And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. An entire month is added to make sure that Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long time. We actually excel at these kind of astronomical calculations. The bishop of Salamanca was so taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. They were actually rendered into Castilian, which was like one of the local languages, Romance languages of the period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say they were polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I feel so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardic and science. So here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking the astrolabes, which up until this point were made out of wood, and he designed them out of copper, which not only made them far more durable. We actually have astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations. But they're also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for, this is a remarkably important device that was incredibly popular in the 15th century. Everybody was writing about it, including Ibn Ezra, who wrote a treatise on how to use these devices and so on. It's basically an instrument that can measure distances over long distances. Like if you, what you do is it has like moving arms, and you stick your eye on one spot, and you line up the arms. Like let's say you want to measure the height of a tall building or a mountain far away, you line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into your naked eye, and you line up the horizontal with the bottom of that mountain. And then when you've got it moves, when you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for finally easy navigation of the seas without, local landmarks, or to move away from shore for any distance, because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important to the durability of this device. He was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. Whereas basically at this time we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium were 3 items: were grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the 3, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that primarily is maybe at the primary and secondary levels. Like, how many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. Right? We really work hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have 1 course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God. The principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely on the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, and you only study this if you're going to go into math, or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which are 4 other cool things people should learn. That's, of course, mathematics, music, which we have also basically lost. Very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these 2 things are really defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, the 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what we call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time, was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all and to divide into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in the earlier lecture, we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Greek, into Arabic, into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who was also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, called the Judenhood, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat, and to the dunce cap, things like that, which it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing even than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are motivated, depicted. Moses is here. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with a declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy, it's like a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that, too. Anyways, this is like Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on with mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you have real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level than people like Petrus Alphonsus who were out of a job, but there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of these drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around these ideas. That's just kind of a cool sort of picture. Anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a seven-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the seventh subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the seventh science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theological aims. Philosophy or perhaps grammar. Needless to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. The astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, kind of iPhone their way out of the dialectic zone of history, but they're not exactly sure how to catalog it and how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur in Europe. Now, as I've mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars played, and Abraham Zacuto was prominent among them, was in bringing the wisdom that was originally belonging to the Greeks through Arabic and then Hebrew into the Latin translation. You will recall, since we're speaking in a Western environment here, we even have this term, the Middle Ages. And the reason why we use this kind of strange term, what is it the middle of? It is the middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, the 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates and Aristotle and Pythagoras and all these brilliant Greek thinkers. And then you have this, it says pretty well under the Romans, and then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast, and all of Europe is plunged into the Dark Ages. Then you have the Renaissance, 1,000 years later, where it begins to climb out of the Dark Ages. So that's very true for Christian Europe, where you have that kind of big gap in the middle, a big valley, and the Middle Ages is like between those two peaks. For the Muslim culture, however, you can't really say they have the Middle Ages, right? Islam starts in the 7th century. They spread tremendously fast over North Africa, the Middle East, into Spain. They have tremendous successes in culture, in literature, in sciences. They actually take the Greek wisdom and they do tremendous things with it. And so they've got kind of like an uphill climb. And then when they get to the 15th century, 16th century, that's when they start their decline. They don't catch up with the Industrial Revolution that explodes in Christian Europe. But they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, when you look at Jewish history, how do you put a Middle Ages into Jewish history? When the Christians were in the middle of theirs, we had Rashi, we had Tosfos, all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that a middle of anything? That's a beef in many ways for us. But nevertheless, the Christians were catching up when the Jews were bringing this wisdom to them in the Latin tongue. How was this done? Primarily through duo translations, in which you would typically have two figures, a Jew and a Christian, who would transmit this knowledge into a Latin text for Latin reading public. The Jew would know Arabic and would know a Romance language, that would be a vernacular, and the Christian would know the vernacular and Latin. You also had some individuals who would know all three, but the majority of these translations were done by Jews in partnership with Christians. They would do this orally, by the way. So basically, the Jew would be holding an Arabic text, and he would translate it into Catalan or Castilian or something like that, which was not in itself considered a suitable vehicle for scholarly transmission. It would be like translating it into Yiddish. And people say, Yiddish, what kind of language is that? We're not going to be able to publish anything in Yiddish. Of course, that turned out not to be true either, but it was considered a joual. It was considered like a koine, a street language, a jargon. And so the Jew would translate it into the local language, the Christian would understand it, and then would render it into Latin for a reading program. And there's a tremendous amount of this going on. All kinds of books are being published with these Jew translations. The Jew, by the way, rarely got credit for it. Usually the translation was only written in the name of the Christian translator, but in the introductory essays, they would at least thank the Jew who was involved in transferring it over into the Castilian. This changed to a certain degree in the 13th century with Alfonso X of Castile, who said, okay, enough of this. Why don't we just use the vernacular? And he orders the production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, really, including a few hundred years later, even Yiddish becomes a written language. But just to point out how ironic that is, my grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born probably around 1910, we're not exactly sure because the records, but she does remember when she was a child, she fell off a train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. So we're guessing she was about 4 years old when she fell off the train, and that's how we get the year 1910 for her. At any rate, she, in English, didn't have a word for the Yiddish language. She would speak of it as Jewish. I'm speaking Jewish. That's how she referred to it, because it wasn't considered, in her mind, it wasn't considered a real language, even though she had newspapers and she had Shlomo and she had many other things, which is not considered real. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Alfonso X was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these things mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow scientists to figure out exactly the movements of the planets and stars by cataloging them through this tables. Jews were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine tables, and Abraham Zachuto in particular was responsible for perfecting them in the 15th century. Okay, what happens with Zachuto? As I mentioned, we're just going to skip over the expulsion for now because it's way too complicated, and we'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senior, one of the senior figures of the Jewish community in Spain, who ultimately decides to convert to Christianity and remain. Zachuto is one of these illustrious figures who, despite his great scientific and philosophical achievement is not allowed to remain in Spain. So he flees, like many Jews do, to neighboring Portugal, and he continues his excellence in his field in that part of the peninsula. He's appointed to be the royal astronomer to King João II. I really like pronouncing that name, João. And sometimes in certain texts it's rendered as John, just to make it easy. But it's João. Wow, I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of wow, like the actually is born and say wow, it's a boy. But anyways, there it is. The wow. He was appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alphonsine tables, which at this point were 200 years old. And he apparently corrected all of the errors, which made it really possible for navigation to take place on a sophisticated level. It's also interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, we'll explore this more in the next two lectures, but, the Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They were kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal, but in order to effect a dynastic marriage later, one of the conditions was the Jews had to move Portugal as well. So 5 years later, largely to effect a political union, a dynastic union, the Jews were demanded to leave as well, unless they were to convert to Christianity. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted his many successes with a tremendous level of confidence, saying, look, you're working with really good instruments. You've got my copper astrolabe, you've got my perfected Alphonsine tables. You cannot go wrong. And in fact, Vasco da Gama did tremendously well. He rounded the Cape of Good Hope and visited India, and really, in many ways, initiated a tremendous amount of transatlantic ocean voyages as well by using these kinds of things that Zacuto had pioneered. Okay, but as I mentioned, even though Zacuto had an illustrious career as an astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that point he sort of re-examined his bearings, extend this astronomical metaphor, and he tacked on a totally different course. He fled with the masses of Portuguese Jews, many of whom were originally Spanish Jews who had moved to Portugal after 1492. He was captured twice, very difficult, ransomed from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis. Later, he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. He said, you know what? No longer going to write about astronomy. He did complete one small book, but it was not kind of it was just kind of like a memoir sort of book. And he wrote this book called Sefer Yuchasim, which is a fascinating title. Yuchasim means lineage from Yichus. That's used in Hebrew as well. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. It seemed, and he wrote in Hebrew, although he wrote many of his other works in Hebrew as well, he chose to specifically devote Hebrew to this particular book. It seems that he sort of had a change of heart and said that I've given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and many people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness of Jewish existence as a minority in these states, and he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution, describing how the Jews were moving from one location to another, chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite their contributions to large society. This is one of the early works in what the professor Salvador at Columbia University called the lachrymose model of Jewish history, in which lachrymose means tear-filled. We have this view of Jewish Jewish history is, we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time, we're doing so much more for the societies around us, and it's a very martyr-like kind of image. Which reminds me of a joke. Please forgive me if I tell you this one more joke. I know we're near the end of the lecture, but I'm telling you, this is a funny joke. So, my jokes are not by definition funny, but the joke goes like this. This is, I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you recall what it was like back then, so much shortages of consumer goods that lines would form everywhere at the drop of a hat. If they heard that a particular store was opening, people would stand in line and they would buy anything. Czechoslovakian shoes, only size 7. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would barter them, in the various open air markets. So anyways, there's this lineup at Cheha outside a grocery store, because we heard there's cucumbers going to be on sale. And everyone's standing there in line, and all these different nationalities, Russians, and Latvians, and Lithuanians, and Uzbeks, and Jews, and all kinds of people. So they were standing in line, and the door opens, or the window opens, and the manager leans out and says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks of cucumbers has broken down. It will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews, please leave the line." So what can they do? They pack up, they leave the line. Closes the window. A little later, he opens up the window. He says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia, and we're going to have less cucumbers than we expected. Therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbeks, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line." So they have to leave. This goes on. Lithuanians leave, Latvians, Poles, everyone's leaving until finally there's only pure Soviet citizens standing in line. And the guy opens up the door and says, "We just learned the last truck has caught fire, and the red trucks arriving today. No cucumbers at all. Everyone, please go home." So Ivan Tron says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." So in many ways, the Sefer Yochesed, which is, we're talking now about a 16th century history, follows a model that we've repeated over and over again by many historians. It's not the first of this series. You could even say that some of the biblical books follow within this kind of metaphor of the lachrymose model where the Jews get all the breaks, said with a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the work of his maturity, work of his old age, as he reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence in the diaspora. So, in terms of his legacy, you get a sense of the importance of people like Zacuto for understanding the Iberian reality. They were somehow, first under Muslims and then under Christians like Zacuto, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their societies. With a few exceptions, like minorities who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to great heights. We've seen already Hassan ibn Shaput, the great diplomat, Shmuel Hanagid, who amazingly led a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible thing, they should have a Jew doing this, and at the same time writing an important Talmud commentary that's published with every tractate for Achot even to this day. Yehuda Levi, the great secular poet and doctor, who at the same time is entertaining Arabic masses with his Hebrew poetry, with his Arabic poetry, and Ibn Ezra and so on. Abraham Zacuto is the last, perhaps, of all of these figures who are somehow able to bring these things together in a unique form, contributing both to Jewish knowledge through his Sefer Yochesed, and at the same time contributing to world knowledge through the development of the copper astrolabe and the perfection of the Alphonsine tables. What are the factors that made it possible? It's very hard to identify any that were present at that time that are not present at other times. I would like to hazard, however, that some of the things might be a sort of openness to society in the Jewish world that was not necessarily present in other periods. An openness, an idea that Jews should not be closed off to any body of knowledge simply because they are Jewish. There was no idea that these scientific endeavors were somehow taboo because they were practiced primarily by Christians or by Muslims. Obviously, we don't have that many Jews excelling in Christian theology. Maybe we do. I have to study them. But that's probably, the big part of the reason for their success is this lack of fear and toxicity of outside society. At the same time, as we shall see beginning next week, it was indeed toxic because the ferocity of the first the Inquisition and then the expulsion was so unprecedented and so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened to any other society. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Christians, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought them down. As we shall see next week, it was the complicated relationship between the conversos and their attachment to the traditional Jewish community that ultimately made the expulsion inevitable to Ferdinand and Isabella, who were slaves to the ideology of the purity of the blood. That's something we'll have to explore in much greater detail starting next week. I want to remind you that Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we will have an amazing Jewish poetry reading from Festival Shul in November. I really hope to see you there. It would be nice to sit with you in the audience and listen to someone else. Maybe he'll make some jokes and criticize them. But with that, I'd like to conclude the lecture for tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Tonight's topic is a very difficult one, I have to say. This is not someone that I would necessarily choose ideally as our subject or as a focus. He is an extremely important figure in many ways, but I've chosen him primarily because he is emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews faced during the extremely terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion. He'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews from 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Segovia, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century. We have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, after spending so much time this week in particular being immersed in the Spanish Inquisition, but I will try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the joke about the guy who his therapist told him it's time to step away? No, okay, so the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish man who's been going to a very competent psychologist for many, many years. And he's worked through all of his issues one at a time. He's really made tremendous progress. So finally, the therapist says to him, listen, Irving, you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience working with you, but I really think it's time to cut the apron strings and let you go out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back to see me twice a week like you're asking for so long. And Irving says, well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. Without regular contact, listen, I'll tell you what, Irving. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, and you can call me anytime, 24/6, anytime, any kind of problem. Just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer, and we'll work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident you will. So Irving, he trusts his therapist and says, fine. So he goes off on his way. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning. And the psychologist, the exec he says, hello, he says, doctor, it's Irving. I had a terrible night. I need to talk to you about it. And he says, what happened? He says, well, doctor, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother. And that you were smothering me, and that were controlling every aspect of my life, and I couldn't make a single decision without, consulting with you. And so the doctor said, well, what did you do? I said, well, I woke up shivering and shaking. I figured I better go settle my stomach, so I went into the kitchen and I sat down. I made myself some tea and I had a little breakfast. I had, a couple of pieces of milk with toast, and then I called you. And the doctor says to him, a couple of pieces of milk with toast, that's what you call breakfast? I think it takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit. Okay, all right. Thank you for listening to me. It makes me feel better. Okay, let's do the good and bad fair. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Cyril Alvarez, who has been watching these lectures for quite some time. He's quite expert in this particular subject, far more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the Signor family, which is actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion, when they take on the name Coronel. It's actually quite an illustrious family for many centuries. So we're very grateful to him for sponsoring this lecture. All of these sponsorships go, of course, to our scholarship fund, which has raised now almost $11,000. So we're very pleased for that. By the way, we will be starting going out in a new semester, a whole new series focusing on the Sephardic diaspora, including as well as Mizrahi Jews and their traditions. And we'll be seeking a whole bunch more sponsorships at that time as well. Very important reminder, tomorrow night, the tremendous event, we're going to have a poetry reading by the incomparable Yoshua November, who is a professor on our campus, a very beloved professor teaching English composition in particular. His poetry has been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will all come, because we've spent so much time discussing poetry in the Division period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period tomorrow. So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be sushi and other food stuffs to entertain. Okay. In terms of the academic resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Weinand, shown here. He was born in Russia in the 1917, an auspicious year, a century ago. He served in the Latvian army, and then immediately after finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah to study at Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF in the intelligence division, and ultimately he became a professor at Hebrew University. He served as the Dean of Humanities at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor once again at Hebrew University. So his analysis is extremely important. If we were to concentrate narrowly on Senior, in one of his books that I used for this presentation, he has about 100 densely packed pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of financial records of the Senior family, which is, quite stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail. But really, he is the number one go-to source for this period. Okay, so what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data of the individual we're studying tonight? He was born probably in 1412. We're not precisely sure of that date, but his eventual conversion to Christianity occurred in the year 1492, and according to contemporary accounts, he was somewhere in his 80s, perhaps late 70s at the time, so that's where we get that date. He was a major Spanish financier, Rabbi. He was the official financier to the Mandat, which is an important institution in the Spanish government. He was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in most of the medieval economies. Basically, a tax farmer, because we live in an era when the state deals with us on an individual level. It's funny, I just updated my W4 today. The state, because they deal with us as individuals, numbered individuals for Social Security numbers, they tax us directly and immediately and frequently and often too much. But in the medieval period, taxation was conducted through communities, a corporate nature of society. So the Jews, as a whole, would receive a tax assessment, and the tax assessment would have to be calculated and paid on a communal level. How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed, that was up to them. Similarly, the idea of being a tax farmer is that the king could give, typically a Jew, the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king set that amount at, I don't know, let's say 100 ducats, just to pick in a round term. If the Jew were able to raise 110 ducats, then the 10 ducat profit would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farming is. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly. His adopted name, once he converted, was Fernand Nunez Coronel. He was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernand. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. If you know Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations because they were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy at the time. His son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who is referred to frequently as Rabbi, so he evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Fernand Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. In less charitable accounts of his life, in Hebrew Inquisitor, the term senior is sometimes punned negatively as sonne or, meaning in Hebrew, one who hates light, i.e. he converted to Christianity because he hates the light of Judaism. That's the derogatory use of the name. As we shall see towards the end of tonight's lecture, it's a considerably more nuanced and complicated decision. And if anything, as a historian, our goal tonight is to try and give some perspective as to what must have gone on in his mind. My job is not to give a value judgment, but at least to provide some information and context for others who may wish to engage in that. This is incidentally his signature shown here. We have, in terms of our source base, a tremendous array of sources, but they are almost all financial in nature. Bills, receipts, lawsuits, of which there are many, royal commands to senior, and summonses if these commands were not followed directly, and so on. So we know very little about, for example, where his family is from, even his own birth date. A lot of his family issues are simply lost because our source base is essentially financial and governmental. So here's the basic problem that affects to a certain degree Judaism, but especially affected the Christian world and was very significant for many of the processes that we'll be discussing today. And that is basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Nylan the Kodesh V'Yom one ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant to that, then they are a Christian, that's it. They cannot get back to Judaism. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you'll recall the most tragic of the stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in the 1840s in Italy. And in fact, apparently Steven Spielberg is working on a movie version of the Mortara affair. A very sad story where there was this Jewish household, they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy, who I believe was about 6 years old at the time, I think his first name was Arturo, I'm not sure exactly, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid, who loved the boy boy very much. She's a live-in maid. She cared for them. She loved the boy very much. She was worried that he was going to die of the flu, and he would go, and because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. And so therefore she secretly brought him to the church and had him baptized, just to protect his eternal soul. It happened that the child recovered, but the maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy had been baptized. And amazingly, the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family. And despite this is 1840, this is pretty much the modern era. Despite the best efforts of the family and international Jewish pressure, Moses Montefiore was very much more, they were not able to exert the release of this child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery, becoming a priest, and engaging even in some Jewish proselytism afterwards. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. So certainly in the 15th century, we're going to have this problem. So the church is going to be trapped in this ideology, just like Ferdinand and Isabella in particular, that once Jews are converted, even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the purvey of the church, and they may not be returned to Judaism. This will be the problem that we will explore many times. I would also like to say one other word to a certain degree as a kind of a prologue. My first encounter as a historian with the Spanish Inquisition was ironically through the Holocaust. This important book, The Destruction of the European Jews, is one of the great initial studies of the Holocaust by a very important historian known as Hilberg. Hilberg is certainly the father of Holocaust studies, and certainly the father of Holocaust history. He dove into the Nazi archives, and he wrote this massive 3-volume work, which essentially dissected the very mechanics of the bureaucracy of murder. And it's a fascinating study, and landmark study that has shaped all Holocaust historians afterwards. He's been criticized for relying too heavily, perhaps, on Nazi documents. He downplays, for example, the Jewish resistance and things like that, but that's not our focus today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of this book, he essentially compares the Holocaust to the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And he says that the roots of the Holocaust may be tied to the events we'll be discussing today and next week, 500 years earlier, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on, we talk less about the lachrymose model. As they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago in a medieval environment is really what happened in the Nazi bureaucracy in the 1930s and 40s. But in fact, the more I study this period, the more I see that in fact Hilberg's argument holds a lot of weight, in my humble opinion, and perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this as well. The element that I'd like to identify tonight is perhaps the defining similarity between the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition. And it's not the purity of blood argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology. That even when it was counterproductive, even when it was financially ridiculous to even contemplate expelling the Jews, nevertheless there was this inescapable quality of the Inquisition that ultimately forced them to expel their Jewish population. Okay, very long introduction. Let's look at the history itself. We have to go back a century prior to the expulsion itself, to 1391, where you have a Dominican friar very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vicente Ferrer, who is one incident after another rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He is even condemned by the church on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, he continues speaking out and in provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly a an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time, the church has to deal with a widespread, primarily illiterate lay clergy, meaning the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people often have no ability to read the holy texts that they purport to represent. And they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in the human panoply of psychological illnesses. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true, please don't believe these people, that's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness that we may have discussed last year, the Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved, albeit in a second-class state, but there's no grounds in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's usually it's the expression of the underbelly of the church, often held on by people like Rabbi, but it's not at all church teachings. The church is still a religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked me a question, but I have a feeling it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture and take questions then, because I think it would be hard to. If we were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, it would take us a long, long time. But just to answer your question anyways, because that's really where I'm moving, the doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming. Because only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's a different story. So under Rabbi, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversions. We don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. So you have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly converted to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives when the church does have this position that now that you're converted, it's a zero-sum game? You can't move backwards, you have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope, the papacy itself is under considerable strain, and there are several people running around all claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is by appealing to these subterranean urges in the wider population. Benedict the 13th is actively promoting these ideas, which leads to still greater numbers of forced conversions. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine for yourself, you have a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either be baptized or be killed, and that's what was happening in 1391 in the riots. And now what do? The riots are gone, peace is restored, and do you just go back to living Jewishly, or are you going to be a target of another attack by Rabbi? So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally as Christian, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. So you go back and you check in with your Jewish relatives and your Jewish compatriots. What exactly is going on Jewishly? If this goes on for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder because people are living more and more openly as Christians, and they have to, with some subterfuge, go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at this time was they started distinguishing these new Christians, we're going to explore the terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews, because they knew that they were going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen. So we also have to note as well that in 1414, there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation of Tortosa. Disputations are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Maimonides represented the Jewish side. Around 1414, however, the church had got it down correctly. They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews could not possibly get the upper hand like they did with Maimonides. And so you have a process. The Tortosa disputation was almost 2 years long, and it was a pageant. It was like the Jews were forced over and over again to go listen to these debates in which the text was very seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, who of course were all Christian, would declare the winners, which were invariably the Christian interlocutors, and they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they would have to hear, 50 forced sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to, hear teachers coming into their synagogues and preaching gospels. Or on Sundays, they would have to actually go and show up at church, and they would take attendance. And they would make sure that Jews forcibly listened to these Christian teachings. We also had the burning of the Talmud, and generally a crushed morale. You have a population that's feeling extremely besieged, beleaguered, with no hope really for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. But the Visigoth period in the late 600s was also very much like this. And added to this, you have war fever, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding apace and making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. You can see the Alhambra in the background there, and here is Ferdinand and Isabella. And even the facial expressions, the Muslims look kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How has everything changed so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the complete Christian control of the entire peninsula, including Portugal, this means all of a sudden that there's this sort of feeling like we control it all. We should therefore impose a kind of a purification of the entire system. Kind of like what one political party holds all three branches of government. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's just keep calling it that. That's not a good comparison. Okay, so in the 1470s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who are backsliding in their faith and adopting Jewish practices, teachings, ideals. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting, in Latin it says, Exurge Domine et Judica Causam Tua. This is actually it says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews, so I had to look it up until I found it here in Psalm 74. So the motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Rothschild, Ribani Bracha, Kosa Paska Mine Navo, Kohaya, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the verse is, remember the insult you receive from base people every day. Meaning, go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these lowly people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these base people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them appropriately. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here. An unusually wicked person with a tremendous zeal for torture and the various measures, the various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that made these Spanish Inquisition so infamous. You can imagine that it was probably a lot like the 1930s in the Soviet Union, where a family of new Christians would be isolated, arrested, put on a rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into in detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Ulrich Acosta from last year, and I'll go into much greater detail. And they would be forced to give up the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing New Christians, and so many other Jews who were associated with it. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It will, however, spread rapidly. Because let's just understand, who are these people, these so-called new Christians, that's the term I've been using. So perhaps the most neutral term we can use is converso, which means converts. Right? That's the term. Whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against their will, it doesn't matter. They have converted to Christianity from Judaism. Christians call them new Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christians with those who were originally Christian. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of demeaning tests of faith to demonstrate what we would call in Latin the term bona fides. Maybe you've heard bona fide, that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fides means good faith, meaning that they are, in fact, what they purport to be. The new Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were untrustworthy. The Hebrew term used is anusim, which means literally those who are forced. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who is raped, anus. The term marano is a derogatory term, means literally pigs. Obviously, this is used inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto-Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret, crypto-Jews. These are all the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that these conversos who are suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured, and they would be required to confess and name names, and then they would be sentenced, as in this famous representation by de Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing, and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic is called the San Benito. You can see them here in these pictures. They're clearly very dejected. In some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, the being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of a few years. It is amazing how concentrated this was in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. So it's an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, or I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was no inexorable quality because they were not backsliding Christians, they were believing Jews. However, there was always a fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional Jewish ideas, Jewish education. And so from the 1470s on, particularly under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in literally ghetto environments so they would not have any physical contact or communication with conversos. So you have the conversos being exposed to the Inquisition and Jews to be isolated by fearful expulsions. In one case, an entire province, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions in cities in order to separate them from Jews. And by the way, according to the Abramson Wheel of History, you can see there's a clear economic upside for Christians to be engaged in this, because all of a sudden, Jews who typically are highly urbanized people, and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're early settlers, this all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that can be used for the crown, or for local dishes, and so on. You can send them out, but they may live in Midtown, and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there, or the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, and say, listen, from now on, you have to live in your place. Brooklyn, there's a Flatbush is already listed with Albert here. In some other place far away, like across the river to that other state over there or something. That's the kind of model that we're talking about. Okay, let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham Seymour in more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there are several figures who are at the top of the financial pile in general society in Spain. Abraham Seymour was one of them. Don Yitzhak Rabanel, who we'll speak about next week, is another. Very different choices during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with his people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of the story next week, by the way. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servei camera. What this Latin term means is servants of the royal chamber. What exactly is that talking about? So I'm sure you've studied the feudal system. Back in high school, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. So in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of their crop to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where the produce was not such great, they would have to do something called corvée, which was meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupied society. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, the city dwellers, who engage in all kinds of professions and crafts, and they're usually organized in guilds, which prohibits Jewish membership, but they are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen, and the original idea, the theory of the nobility is that, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not defend themselves from nomadic attacks. So they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect the peasants from depredation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society, and the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, and the peasantry became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you have the king. So the big, by the way, one other very important estate is the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Pope in Rome, but serves the entire population. Now the big question is, where did the Jews fit into this system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They are kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guild. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job, servei camerae. They report directly and exclusively to the king. they serve in the royal chamber, as it were, meaning that even though they could live in New Hubbardsville, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because something called the Law of Gratia, which is the church canon law which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The Law of Gratia says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital to try some, brand new venture and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a reading of a biblical verse. So the Jews could function as money lenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital through usury. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is usury. It is a really heavy cost. So Jews were money lenders, which were a highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century. And when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to invite them back 3 times as well, because they couldn't manage their economy without this institution of credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending. They generated a lot of capital, and the king could tax that capital, which was highly valuable. That meant that they were protected, for the most part, from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in York in 1290, then the nobility would simply expel the Jews, and that was his way to get rid of the debt. And invite the Jews later to make up for the lack of the credit economy, but that was the idea. So the Seigneur family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh. It's like you take all these bankers, and they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews, and if you make them Christians, what's that sign? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these new Christians are not allowed to engage in an exchange of interest. And what about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money. If they get converted to Christianity, he loses the yeast of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dubno, the Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry and the minor nobility, and then they will be drawn out, and the water will be squeezed out by the king. If you can't use that sponge anymore because you made it into a Christian rather than a Jew, how are they supposed to engage in this? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on, where they're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are you supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? It proved to be a very difficult problem, and ultimately Abraham Senior and others were able to hang on to the very end and enjoy royal protection primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But, as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we shall see, here's a very powerful, moving picture by Emilio Frances, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the writ of expulsion to Ferdinand and Isabella sitting coldly in the background. There's no question they were completely involved and invested in the actual drafting and completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering of the Jewish population. This is the edict of expulsion, the last page of it right here, and with the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I'd like to do is actually read to you a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages long in total, but I've only selected a few passages, and I think it's quite illustrative of what the church was thinking. Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So, there's a bit of a preamble which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, king and queen, and it goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down to the Jews. They're letting this is like a general list of the entire peninsula. And after this preamble, it reads, you know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our ranks there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, where the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the quarters which were convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of our realm. And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. This is like referring to the local expulsions. In other words, they're saying we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Jews and the Christians. Thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have had, and do hold with the Jews, of whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith, and separate them from it, and attract and pervert them to their cursed belief and opinion. Note, by the way, when he says Christians here, the edict is actually referring to forcibly converted Jews who are now called Christians, but they're the ones who are the problem here. Instructing them in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe according to their law, taking care to circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they can recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must observe and do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat that has been slaughtered according to their right, teaching them about what they must avoid in foods and other things to observe in their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and giving them to understand that there is no other religion or truth save that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also of those who are corrupted and deceive the Bible. So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are torn away from their communities, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering Ferdinand and Isabella. We, with the council and the crowd of certain pilots and grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewesses of our realms shall leave and never return nor come back to them or to any of them. And upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses of whatever age they may be, who live and dwell in our said realms and dominions, as well as the native born among them, as those not native born in any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1592, that comes in the present year, we shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that they do not dare to return to them, or to be in them, or in any part of them, whether dwelling, or in transit, or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms and dominions, or to come to them in any manner, they incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by that same fact and law, with no other trial or sentence nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. An incredible statement. It's chilling. And we command and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever state, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive, shelter, or assist, or keep publicly or secretly a Jew or Jewish, or Jewess, after the said date of the coming end of July, hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and other hereditaries. Meaning, if any Christian gives refuge to a Jew, they suffer complete confiscation of the entire property. And if it goes on, but you get the basic idea, it's a complete and utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and they move toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced conversions. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move it forward. This is what some, to go back to Hilbert, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the Nazi bureaucracy of what they call the Rothschild effect. That if you're familiar with, those wheels that you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something, they have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. So you can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot put it backwards. You can only put it forwards. So they are forced, step by step, to the inevitability of expulsion. So the family indicated the documents that we have, and by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret. Very few people in the Jewish community, even the most high-up elements, Rabbi, Signor, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. This is something that Ferdinand, Isabella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven, completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Signor had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, his huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law and almost all of his children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very clearly sourced, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that if Signor did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, which was in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. It's a poorly sourced legend. Not entirely clear how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, as I forgot to mention, the Signor was also very much involved in the initial shitter between Ferdinand and Isabella, which shows on the one level just how high up he was in their esteem, and at the same time he could not absolve himself of this terrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but we can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and to go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, he invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community. In many aspects, that was his role. And this massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions and millions of the equivalent of dollars, and all of those things, to give those things up must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. We do have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities, but in the end, all we do know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Elena, apparently did not convert. She went into exile. There is one possibility that says, in fact, she did convert. That's the name of Rabbi Menela's wife, but most likely not. So the aftermath was complete economic chaos. Brainard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the peninsula now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who moved to Portugal. We'll study that next week. What exactly happened there? It's also unfortunately a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated in people like Senor? So, one of the things that the church had to kind of, the crown had to take care of right away is all of the debts that were owed to Senor, all the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population. The crown claimed them. So, in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, the debts would then be forgiven. They got a huge room from the government. Which the government probably never found. And the crown put Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews that were now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks really until the expulsion edict took effect. So Senor was charged with the task of collecting that debt, which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there is a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Mayor Melamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law, and Abraham died sometime in 1493 with some mystery surrounding the specific circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of the Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were simply not made up, and the general economy of the region took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which would be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown with a lot of new funding that was not present before. So that's basically the story of this very sad period. Next week, we're going to look at Don Rabbi, who was a heroic figure, like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied. He's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship, with major commentary on the Bible, for example, and that's studied to this very day. And hopefully we'll be able to move on from this very dark period with something of an upgrade. But I thank you once again, as always, for your attention and your endurance. Have a good night. Rabbi Abravanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life and his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. Yes, here. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms. He was also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate, which he dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's sources rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birthday as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed away in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office here, his office, when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography about Rabbanel, Rabbanel, let's get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the idea. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments today. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senior last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Benzion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible when you look at the dates that Hilberg, who is not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it, those who ignore history are just repeated. And in our, here at Touro College, our chair of our history department, Tobias Finger, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. They should take it again. So there's another quote that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some very parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an auto da fe, a mass execution, burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation are used for activity, like rioting and so on. He argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class, saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues that they were unprepared for the results because the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die. And as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. In some cases, even commit suicide. On other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just the binary choice of convert or die, there are two other choices. One is, or pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is, or run away, flee. So the burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue that it was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given a choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish identities. And the burghers, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of the restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions on entry into guilds were all disappeared in an instant. And so they're confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology, these almost Christians. They had so far the rights of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? The new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing and they're going back to their Jewish roots, so you have to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu's thesis. There are others who disagree, particularly with the economic component of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. If you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century Germany, you see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, you see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the line of history, perhaps. Late 19th century, 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews who chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and decided and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans, and this created an environment that, not religiously but socially, was untenable because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country. There was this kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads under the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who were non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law to deal with, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal. It's a kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in our own days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic today, which is, of course, on Yitzhak Abraham. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet, you have a lot of different variations. And 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, so it gets even worse. How exactly do we pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel. And when I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Abarbanel, she said, "Who?" And I said, Abarbanel, oh, like the wine. Right? That's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is perhaps, you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel. It's a popular song, Abarbanel, Ba Ba Ba, Abarbanel. But the probably correct, following Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abraham. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather, Shmuel, converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more Jewish, or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to his Jewish life. Abraham rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history, so you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writings. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. We'll look at what those things are momentarily. But first, let's understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you have one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish persecution in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, France and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. And one of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institution of Servi Camerari. You may recall we discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically the term is Latin and means servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber, an institution in which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles. They certainly didn't report to burghers. So as a community, whatever revenues they generated through tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were an extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, could allow this against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, we will give you a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kasher your house for, when you kashering your meat, things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abraham was right at the center of it, but in his early years, it was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and investment for a well-placed and rather brilliant man like Abraham. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of nobility, the House of Braganza. This is the he became Alfonso I, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough grounding in rabbinics, and if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive order of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course, much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was into text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious texts. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe de Leon, and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year that Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to live past that date without Mashiach. At the same time, again, with typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who is truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitudes towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se. Okay. So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that we might anticipate for a person of his stature, with the backgrounds that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or I should say pioneers. He led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery. And this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they would be seized by pirates and put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Abravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sum to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and then ransoming them back. And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, questions? Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words. Not so easily. When you go online, you can do it. Let's try this here. Control plus. Oh, sorry. Students, what are you going to do? They write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Portugal to give to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it just from his personal coffers, rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons, who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, active as a political, as a communal figure, very serious success as an economic figure. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at the time. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abrevano's fortunes dramatically. His successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Some say it's Joao. I like to think of it as Joao, as I think I told you last week when he was born. They said Joao, it's a boy. I can't do that joke twice. But Joao the second, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no vast estates, no massive treasury, and here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état and moi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king, and Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick source of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The two obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abrevano was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in this crowd. Abrevano was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way, he stopped at an inn, and they learned that, in fact, the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Abrevano put two and two together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was, in fact, going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he crept across the border and made his way into Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop, and it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think suppression would be too hard a word, but he battled with his fate that in some ways, ironically, echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Abrevano anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. And in fact, shortly after he spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his one-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him. Thus claiming he was a Christian would have to remain in Portugal, and then, Abrevano would be forced to come back and meet the new king. So he was nevertheless able to spirit all of his family out before that happened. And he poured his energy into his writing, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He wrote a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain, and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary on the first three books of Tanakh, the first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work which is still studied to this day. He wrote the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, to put it in times and space, your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. It was just an incredible output and genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial output, but his commentary on the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying that he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. You could imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible, and saying, yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton, we had this problem. That's sort of what it's like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very gripping reading. He has a lot to say about the expulsion song. Of course, given his unique talents and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion. And he entered service in their court. So now he's in his second royal court, where he was essentially the third in command of the because the king and queen were jointly the head of the government, and Abraham Senior was the principal tax collector. He was third. He worked directly under much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence in Spain after having been into tremendous prominence in Italy. But, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was short-lived. We're talking about basically a period from 1483 to 1492, which is the day of the expulsion. 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain. Amazingly, Abravano and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about this at great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That is exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for listening to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the writ of expulsion. Abravano attempted to stay the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July. And we were talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Abravano raised a massive bribe, offering it to the king and queen, hoping that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene which, unfortunately, Abravano did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believe that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, then he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening and said, oh, so perhaps it's not Ferdinand. all they have to do is speak to the queen. The queen owes a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had an in with the queen. And so Abravano and Senor went in to make their last appeal to the queen. The queen, however, was of a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically put in the same context in the Talmud, to the effect that the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God, that only God can really inspire a king to act. And Agravano, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless, so he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella with a withering rebuke, saying that this would ultimately be the end of Spain, that any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom redound upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion went ahead, but nevertheless, he did. It's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless quite moving. Unlike Senor and his son-in-law and the family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position, authority, and wealth, Abravano chose to go into exile with the Jews, even though Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and to continue in his economic capacity, as he did Rabbi Senor. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to the end of his life. He was already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre, crossing the Pyrenees into Europe proper, later we're going to have massive communities of Sparta in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well in this map because there's so many arrows here. But he ultimately decided to come to Naples, Italy. And many other Jews that we discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, Ottoman Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There were 3 ships that the Agravanos were on one of them, and the Jews on the ships contracted the plague. So in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees. Many of the other ports would not accept Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these illegal Jews, and they did in fact accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary, continued it through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monopoli. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only a few weeks or a few months as war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Paschal lamb, the Paschal sacrifice. It comes down to us as a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our times. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken with the Kabbalistic trend that was talked about with Ibn Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic end, which he believed would occur in 1503, as I mentioned earlier. Ultimately, he was saddened and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where, yes, that's right. Yeah, definitely. You still have illegal communities. You still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of Europe at the same time. There's many, many exceptions. And you're afraid you can't shy yourself on that. You can't really ask questions of something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Sephardic community in London is particularly fascinating. We'll explore that though in the spring semester. Okay, so Vito, here we are at Venice. Last stop was Venice, and I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, you have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his seventh decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he read an entire commentary in the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migrations. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it, and in fact, we have the rescued copy today. But, incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of a king. Specifically, the issue there, and it really fascinating that he will be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These 2 maps here show the Silk Road and the Spice Route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can, this is before refrigeration. Spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and in points east, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity. It's very easy to transport, very light, has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth, China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only 2 routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands, and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the Silk Route and the Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, you've got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you've got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at every rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You want them to sleep as long as possible, so you don't have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zaputo and his development of the astrolabe and his development of the Alphonsine tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. This put Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of the shifting wind patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here. And then it took him a while back and forth, but he actually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. And so this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century, suddenly gave Portugal a chance to make a phenomenal amount of money in the international silk and spice trade. And this made Venice overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, I don't know, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. It just, VHS is all over. In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in less than 1990, VHS is kind of like a sort of like a digital recorder that wasn't digital. I don't know why I bought it to tell people things like that. But anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abrevano landed there. They didn't know what to do about it. So Abrevano, amazingly, he came up with a plan. And he suggested to the King of Venice, saying, hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice some of your profits, you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently a very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought this plan was fantastic. They elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. If you can imagine it, Portugal that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route, but nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served, risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So when we think about Abrevano as a whole, we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he was doing. The true brilliance of Abrevano is in his writings, where you see the combination of his political insight, his depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of text, there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more content on specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment or fear, and at the same time, absolutely true to the tradition, presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. I really enjoy doing research and learning a lot more about life from Yitzhak. It's fascinating, especially so interesting to see how his life contrasts with Abraham's seniors. When they were faced with the difficult decisions associated with the Inquisition, and especially the writ of expulsion, how did they handle those things? But Abrevano really comes forth as such an incredible hero. Phenomenal. I was really motivated by it. It made me feel a lot better about my own characterizations. My wife and I observed that the first 7 years of our marriage we moved 10 times. And that was solely for the sake of pursuing higher education. I was in 5 different countries and several different continents. We could do it because we were young and had the energy. It was all for good things. But for Abrevano, to be able to, put out such a tremendous amount of material under such incredibly difficult circumstances, all I can say is really motivating for me that I've got to finish my next project really fast so many things up my right. Anyways, so being an elder, and one more thing, I also I'm just reflecting to myself. What I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany in 1930. Never took that seriously, but you know, I think Best Friends at Apple and Professor Hilbert really have a case to make there. And if you haven't seen the lecture on that, I'll continue, or please go back and watch that because you'll see how is in the initial part of the argument. And today, of course, at the beginning, we discussed how we had to cover this. Maybe it's something we'll explore in greater detail in a future lecture series. But anyways, at any rate, this is the week of Hanukkah. The first light is tonight as I'm this recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, I suggest a new Torah, which is right here on the It is. I enjoyed writing this book. I think it's a very meaningful one. Gives people a chance to cover stuff. It gives people a chance to learn about the tremendous activity of the PSH already. Something very dear to my heart, and I hope to do some important projects. And otherwise, I really hope you have a fantastic holiday. We're going to take next week off. I'm going to be able to enjoy the holiday, and then we return on December 25th with the final lecture for the fall season. Thank you very much for joining me as always. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 10 odd, 12 odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is our wont, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives, the life of Benvenida Agravana. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Agravano family. I'll show you a family tree, and there's some interesting sort of difficult skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century, and they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the notion of a world Jewish community more than anyone prior. I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill sophisticated or even popular lectures such as this. But we do have quite a bit of material on Benvenida Agravano, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life, and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin, and the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sephardim. That is also, as I wrote in an article a long time ago, an occluded history because so few scholars have really studied Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory Alex, Harry, and Jake, and Isaac, and Bertha, and Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship and nothing. So it makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, we're hitting about 2,000 views a day, which is a kind of an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I'd like to give some props to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, and there's no monograph-length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Benvenida Abravanel, but so we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard Svi Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada, at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendes and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenida Abravanel's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that, I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Touro library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians, because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all the Touro library staff, particularly the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained on the internet, so I stopped telling jokes. And then people complained on the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently the complaints I get on the internet is, I have to realize that we've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain, say, wait a minute, you told that joke already. And how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only try to tell jokes for the first time. I've never told the jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right, but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we get started. David has led a really profligate life. He's visited houses of ill repute. He's cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed. The rabbi comes to him and says to him, David, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made and all the bad choices you made and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways. Now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay, not so funny, but like I said, first time it's on. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel. So let's place Ben Venuta, sometimes spelled, by the way, Ben Venuta, in this context. So here is Don Isaac Yitzchak Abravanel or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain, Portugal, went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. He then, a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac, Abravanel, had a son named Samuel, and his brother, Jacob, had a daughter named Ben Venida. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500. And the two of them married. So they're first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word. The laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not nearly practiced so widely. At any rate, she comes from the Abravanel side through both her father and through her father-in-law and her husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letizia, Yudah, Yaakov, and Gioia, and there's more to this story that we'll reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of this story occurs right at the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're of course expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when you speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, on the website of the Congregation Sharetz Israel here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 23 Jews do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? I mean, why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? Well, I would like to prefer it as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I have. We should recall that there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you'll recall, was directed at Jews who had converted, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith, of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were gravitationally, exerted gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. So therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. And we get to the Portuguese point, and I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in many of the ports they visit. And forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York at this point is so popular, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They are prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they're willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted, for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail about that next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you have two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You have Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were the old Christians, old Jews, I'm sorry, who have never converted, and you have the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disabilities. And the two groups have a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. It's one of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese who had converted and was returning. So in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things. And we will go into great detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here on the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from the Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. For typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to the personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Algarvanos fit. They are the old Jews, the Sephardim per se, but not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this economy more in later ways as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. And you know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Algarvanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably according to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in that corner. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Algarvanos were able to avoid two of those. The first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. You know, it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they were Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, you know, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and the Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then, you know, the whole cycle starts again, you know, as we've seen. So the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's an absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a nobleman and her heir in a portrait by Illuminzino. Very beautiful, arresting figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive some of Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette, style, and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Algarvanos family to be raised, it gives us some indication of what they're standing up in life. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Algarvanos to avoid that expulsion as well. The joke that I have right here is, I was going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you know, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida's student up there, but the reality is that, you know, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of physical likeness. For example, and then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turns out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Uh, Benvenuto was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of things. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews. Who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society, but all of a sudden you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. We're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog. If you could write something, you could get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people could access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing for the technological advantage that it gave a society. But Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed books we have, in general, are written in Hebrew. This is the era of first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. It's really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Ferrara was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendes, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Ustre as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the glare. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basins. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benvenida is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. So they were 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, according to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately. But in Benvenida's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of the Julians of rescuing and redeeming captives. These are the kinds of things that she was doing there. One other thing was really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Don Benito was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Zilvani. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Rabbi was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins. And there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan, perhaps he came from part of Africa, still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the War of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon at the coming of the Messiah. So Rabbi went from court to court, saying that he has the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something that was seen with great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And then Benito Adravano also, she supported him financially. She supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here, which doesn't zoom in there, in which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned on it. And he made kind of a striking figure wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming this. When he met with the Pope, perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, you know what? I think you should go to my relative in Oao, Portugal. I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying Oao. So go to him and he'll help you. He went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. He goes to him. Wow, King Cloud goes for it. He says, you know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count on me. And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diego Perez, who was a young man who, again, is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Rabbi this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He immediately said, I want to follow this man, I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots and so on. He circumcised himself, and he followed, he became Rabbi's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Malcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Malcho, which means kind of Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation of his own. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to in itself herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope where, because he was a Christian who had returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rabbi spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly came crowd thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenita's life, that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenita's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy. And Jews were not allowed to live there, but they were tolerated because of their association with the with trade. They were, it's an extremely important port, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. Paul IV took over the region as part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, they were technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, you recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This was rather unprecedented, if you think of it, in the 16th century for someone to be suggesting this. She argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benvenita, on the other hand, disagreed and said that, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, it did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendes herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Agravana had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold, it did not have remnants, and it certainly did not move Paul IV to change his positions whatsoever, but just the very chutzpah that a Jew should suggest an international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of this story is one that can be hard to tell well. I do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenita's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature. In Hebrew. This is when there is some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores and a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenita Agravana. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And that's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family disputes, that children fight over the inheritance. That's never happened when my father passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And so, who else am I going to fight with? But, anyways, here's the story. Samuel, husband of Benvenida, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. They had been malpractice, perhaps there was an allergy, who knows. At any rate, Samuel dies. I believe he was 50. And there is immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are all firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant, but anyways, the firstborn male was his son Isaac, who was only a half-sibling to the later child who was born to Benvenida. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Benvenida. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Pishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brother's shares. However, another very well-respected principle in Jewish law is Hamotzi Mechavero Hala V'Hevei Raya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravano dies, Benvenida produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore 2 specific ways in a second. But one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac, and is not his son Judah, it's Benvenida. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by these sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I should say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protective father, their protective husband, or in this case, their protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion on what does it mean now that women have economic independence, what does that mean for many of these issues? And it came to play here as well. And not only was Benvenida named the heir of all this property, She was the executrix, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. They married women that Benvenida approved of. There's a lot of conditions attached to this will that was revealed again 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated with this will, imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates sized will, and maybe I should say, who else? Those rich Jewish guys. Okay, there it is. It's a, I don't know. That's fine. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner in place. Speaking about money, so it immediately became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua. Joseph Caro was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are two elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him Kishayim that the Torah refers to, the double half. Now, this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halakhic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to traditional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignores the traditional boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will? So one of the reasons why there was a Hava Amira, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law of Dina de Malchuta Dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires a will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, since that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who have heard of this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upheld. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the affair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke, and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. And so as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly. accordingly as per the will of Rabbi. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions involved and a lot of swearing is going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. And if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Guinness, which were available at the time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Benvenida. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of life of Benvenida of Rabbi, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto-Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual diaspora, perhaps entirely unprecedented in its nature and scope, and that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territories. We're located in many different countries to a degree that we've never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to, make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Clearly, the word from Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sfaradim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting and secure notion Sfaradim had of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable, and I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience of the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in the 1970s. Thank you for your attention and your endurance.
I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and it was wonderful to be back in the spring semester and talking about the part of that. But I just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, it's my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in the 15th, 16th century referred to the Jews, the old Jews who were not converted, and the term Portuguese was kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, if that's the way that term is used, then I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, I could be totally wrong, but maybe the meaning of that phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past. It was a difficult time, we understand.
horrible persecutions, you know, but you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people, and we want to include you in our congregation. If that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, synagogue, etc., it's a very, very beautiful concept. Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking to you. Take care. And have a nice week. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just to know exactly how to pronounce his name, because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for the entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. However, when I looked it up online, it said Usque, which seemed to me not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usque. It's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usque and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let's begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benarok families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed in the desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in early Al-Andalus. And also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good end of this. So thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night. But gear up, because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish prayers. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible. And the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly, at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of chizuk and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe, and Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we discussed tonight, Samuel Ursquay, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We will return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. This is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works, and to make sure that certain ideas do not circulate too far. So some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Ursquay came out with this particular work. You see that the frontispiece had this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in detail. And the kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. And you can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even published the date, the 7th of September, that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Arab Yom Kippur or something, I don't know, but it's like you put the specific date that it's published there. So just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsions and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, the יימח שמם וזכרם, kept such incredibly detailed records. And they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Hernandez. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, and his crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You'll recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review. For those who I see a few new faces here, welcome. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we have a pretty good time, I think, by the end of the hour. You'll recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not, technically speaking, directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized forcibly or for social mobility, for whatever reason it was. This is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those new Christians or their children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews, as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay. But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected, correctly, of continuing to maintain contact with the so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who are suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence you have this distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who were called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who were called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simeon Ruiz, who lived in London, and Fernandez had also already, under torture, given up this name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Ruiz, had given Mr. Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. You'll notice that the word here has to be included, printed, because it's opposed to handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which the sons of Isaac suffered, and said that they must not lose confidence nor be discouraged, because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like, for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. This is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendez. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendez, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. There was a quarto that goes to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured, to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ. He asked for penance, and the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance, and in order to ensure his safe passage of the world to come, they accelerate it with the fires of the auto da fe. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians. And we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy. And it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained. A message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning in the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this treasured book that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter and tends to get lost. Let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Usque's specific work within that context. So you recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized and she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing the Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are forcibly converted, who now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social, political, and economic order, and especially because many of these Jews continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even Jewish families, and sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It's highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it. We're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because now these conversos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very lost. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, in Portugal, it was an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of this immigrant community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely in Portugal, and in other times crushed those folks in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at, now I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name. I know I mispronounced everything. It's João, right? Olivia, is that how you say João? But I like saying it João. So it's not right. Anyway, this is João II, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months until you sort yourselves out, until you figure out where you're going to live. In the meantime, once he realized how valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here, but rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were very good, very popular since the 13th century in Spain, after the Barcelona dispute with Maimonides. And his successor was especially cool. Was also Wow II. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Usquil's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the present and in the first person singular because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the suffering of the Jews throughout time. So he writes, "To my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards, and the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms and, paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus, those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children? The sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses. For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation." He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by these huge lizards on the islands, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of a successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in its midst. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because they loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. We're talking about the lizards. I'm talking about okay. So what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth, They keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, they actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problems in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders, and he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion, they are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave either. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. In Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like this, Svat, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their lives freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503, again, so this was 1497 when they had been forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503 was a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. So it's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again, the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right? It was in Lisbon. On Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light, and one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just the reflection of a candle. And these suggestions that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon of society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under Rothschild III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms really after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so Rothschild III says that's it. We're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was scourged Spain. And at this point, I would like to read once again from Busquets' work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read The Trial in particular, or The Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it. Where is it here? Right, here it is. The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman country, of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles at the mere mention of its name. He speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, as an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisks. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagle's, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness, like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beak. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until it is like the Syrian deserts and sands, where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and it's interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessors, meaning like these new Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster's power, in allusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them. Terrible situations, and once again, with the Inquisition, flower was there in the face of the borders again. This is the environment in which Busquet experienced his youth and young adulthood. So let us go to Busquet himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym, because he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. You know, when you take the letters of the word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Icabo, which is an acronym of Yaakov. So some scholars have argued that maybe Manuel Garcia, if I remember correctly, that's an acronym for, not especially well known, Christian, it's a Christian name for a converso, and Busquet may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about Manuel Gomez, excuse me. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter, so he grew up in this environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on this text, tremendous similarity with the broad swath of learning of 16th century thought. It's very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education, the Jewish character was entirely prescribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal. But he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the Church Fathers. It's not impossible, argues scholars, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood would he be given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews have made their homes immediately after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Sfat, which was just then enjoying its tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote his book. Ferrara is the home of Dona Gracia and Benjamina Alvano, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political political might and their political acumen and their considerable resources to defend supporting Jews worldwide, through ransoming captives, through engaging in geopolitical machinations such as the attempted boycott of the port of Ancona and Kona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the results of their efforts is exactly in the same period as Usque wrote his book. And you can see in this particular image, which is written, the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish, for those who reflect the Inquisition, you can see this motif, very beautiful, these terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps, or the blowing of winds. And here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. This is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to the New World, with tremendous danger. There were 3 usques of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in the in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it you have 3 usques, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, that's our protagonist today, they were publishers and writers together. Samuel, in particular, may be an acronym for Manuel Gomez, but the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this book we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing. Sorry, I wanted to read you. I only have 4 selections, and I read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. You have to find, as they say in Rabbi, ain't kemach, ain't Torah. There's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have, okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady, Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuel writes, the heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime first purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation, Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the heart and the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breasts, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones, which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration because of the decisions she made with her individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. He also speaks very positively of her rival, when Benita Abravanel, obviously he didn't want to offend either one of them, benefited from both. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for these scattered and battled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they worry, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to me, just paraphrase it, but very beautiful. He says, listen, I witnessed book, which is in many ways a long scroll of agony, the title of the Holocaust work. It's a long scroll of agony detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we have endured primarily by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical text, that, this particular thing happened here, you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of those parallels are absolutely chilling. And of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible things that we experience. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, if you're familiar with the famous Talmudic passage, when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are moaning and wailing, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was specifically occasion because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. And what a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbi said to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? He says, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see the redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, in Portuguese, for a Portuguese remnant, is going over and over again in often painful details the specific persecutions that Jews have endured historically and in their very long section in their own personal, in their own day in the 16th century. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I've mentioned already the language is Portuguese, because he's speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide, so I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters. These are kind of like timeless people who lived for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Ikabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence. Rothschild makes that clear in his introduction. This is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Melo, whom Rothschild says is representative of prophet Nahum. The word Nahum in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zechariah, which is the prophet Zechariah, meaning the one who remembers. Zechariah, remembering God. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner, because they're speaking a very elevated language, and you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions, things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. And I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this, because as a historian, it's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates, he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history. He's trying to write a book of consolation And the religious and psychological message is really what is prevalent here. The second dialogue takes it from the return of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at the Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus frieze that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans, at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless it's very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Guinness experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for a discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around in scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and he connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, so he may carry with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room in a house. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another, but we know that it had a phenomenal impact. It was a major feature in preserving the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their sufferings. This, by the way, is a photograph. It's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Actually, a photographer that I like a lot, Jacob of Israel, and he describes after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that in many ways we enjoy aspects of it today with the free state in Israel and so on. No theological content implied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samaluska is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment in which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary development child? Is it possible? Is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing? But we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone caliber of this way giving us that kind of message today. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with the lecture on the Sidah. I can hang around for a few questions. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself got a lot of studying some of this day's work, and it was a great privilege to be able to speak about it to an audience live last night. You didn't see it in the end of the video, but immediately after I too, I was jumped on by a whole bunch of audience members who really wanted to push me on these couple things I said at the very end of the lecture. So I thought I would use this moment to unpack some of their questions and explain a little bit better what I mean by this. We should bear in mind that in many ways we are a parallel generation to his way. That his experience 7 years after the Spanish expulsion has certain salient comparisons with the experience we have 70 years after the Holocaust. Now, I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of the comparisons, but there's no question that we are living in it's not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era. And I think that we don't really have someone with the voice of this day who's kind of like explaining it all for us in a way that we grasp. We have our poets of the Holocaust. We have our Giselle. We have many people with poets, stories of suffering during the Holocaust and personal redemption. I myself studied the Ish Kodesh from the Warsaw Ghetto. It was an incredible thing from the Holocaust. But what we don't have, in my humble opinion, is we don't have someone 70 years out who's able to explain to us, the Jewish community up here, as to what the Holocaust is, the larger part of Jewish history. How do we assimilate the Holocaust? Can we assimilate the Holocaust into our understanding? How do we deal with the contemporary crises of assimilation, the challenges to the state of Israel, the really existential challenges to our very being at this point in time? These are very big questions, and I feel in many ways like in this post-modern period we're sort of floating in space, waiting for someone to kind of explain it all to us in a way that someone was good. Anyways, those are my 2 cents. You've heard more than my 2 cents already for the first part of this lecture. I hope it's food for thought, and I look forward to speaking with you about Jewish history in the future. Thanks very much for listening. Okay, tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the Feed Dog. As has been pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Feed Dog, the Feed Dog's life itself was a Feed Dog. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun. The word Feed Dog, Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into northern Europe, and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good welfare material. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 I think supported on the Holocaust with the crypto Jews, or perhaps it's on Rabbi Yosef, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Ben-Ayahu's classic work on major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Feed Dog. And I'd also like to rely on 2 other works which are related to varying degrees to the Feed Dog's research. First of all, Jonathan Gray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which deals with the period immediately after 1492 in a way that has not been treated systematically, to my knowledge, before this particular monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first 2 minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or 2 immediately after the expulsion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lima, which is much more closely dedicated to the Feed Dog's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is kind of Anglicism of the term Klal Israeliyut, of the idea of a pan-Jewishness, like something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are two works that we rely on as well. One last thing, which is a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. Here is the original cover. It's kind of a dull cover, I think, but at the time I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example, but it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out. I'm really pleased in Ukrainian translation last year, so it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karavanets bill, which was published by the very brief Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in Yiddish, 100 Karavanses, which is kind of, like the high point of their cooperation, later to be submerged in the blood of the pogrom violence. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chidah. Now, the Chidah's life is primarily 18th century. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century, but we are not jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Chidah directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula. And this is what Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic, and actually quite, disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, disruption of economic support, disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there was 3 entry ports into Portugal going into that country before, of course, it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petitioned to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult, let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because an entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better and without their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella and in fact convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Benvenida Alvarado, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions to some other more hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rented their property because there was nothing to really stop them. Tremendous dangers. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic of people. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Some of it's hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged with their upkeep. From time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa because there was fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat, but in Rome it seems to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So it's a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stresses, I'll take questions at the end, but you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed last 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530 when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that these Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered in their Jewishness. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which is based here in Istanbul, from the spelling of these names, or Constantinople, which was the earlier name for this, the Eastern world is showing great havens to the Jews who are making their way over here, and giving them, respite in Greece in particular, and also in Israel, the famous developments in the town of Sfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Fiza really takes much of its takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I've just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of raced through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment that Jews were living in that of Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute, For those of you who are regulars in this class, we talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, who's also a whole story unto herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, and because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the latest story of the Fidah, an interesting character, comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna in Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. There are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is more and more research, really in the last half of the 20th century, has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill. And he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his illness, and then unfortunately it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in his day. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings that we show here are in fact Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know what's Tutzah, Shabbatai Tzvi, what kind of guy, what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with Pitzot Haderech, with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, he married a Torah scroll. Another point, there was lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his, what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky, that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. I mean, how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be here finally to take us. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, followed them in Shabbatai Tzvi towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, where he would meet with the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counteroffer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers simply, rejected, fled his movement, and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homes throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatai Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with some of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America, which is use your imagination. But they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dinah, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then when Mashiach comes. So the Dinah actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam and maintained that dogmatic relations for a couple hundred years. They right up through the 20th century. Several of whom have played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we talked about them in the last lecture we talked about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. It was not a sudden and sharp break because Shabtai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing, very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narishka. It did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive, and many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini inquisition where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There's a question perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with kind of B-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chita. One of these Messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda the Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda the Chassid led several hundred Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany, to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later. And Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that it would be revealed that we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population of Jerusalem by at least 100%, meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid dies. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever, and Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seize the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it, and for debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chida was born. Okay, now let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chida is known as the Chida, Chida, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chida also means secret or riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous part of Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his brother, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream, and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his buddy, to his grandmother. And in writing, he specifically dedicated her for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth. Apparently, at the age of 13, he was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age, and he was especially associated with a Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem and later in Hebron. He was famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them really quite massive, huge conquers of poems. The most famous of which he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shem of the Golden, which he wrote in 40 years. 40 days. Lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. Like an amazing thing he could do. It's an encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also is quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes, under the title Magal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we should discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out, and it's clear he's writing for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal at Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and refers to it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a shulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, Livorno, which is a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, and coming down the south through Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple of decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that and stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and into these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time looking at these particular excursions. This, by the way, is his signature, which gives you the kind of mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger type of issues that he worked with. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start. It's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what exactly what he was doing? The institution he was involved in is called Shlichut, or he was on a mission. The Shalech in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a Mishulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is Shadar, which is Shliach de Rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all of these Ashkenazi freeloaders. So they're showing up as far as the range as well. Now these Ashkenazi come, some of the Hungarians, they all the furniture, covered with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, can't put everything's upgraded. So they she was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone like this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, I said, it was so exciting. I'm reading about the dog. Guess what he did? It's so interesting. Of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees what I was thinking about. She said, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what it's like when kids have to put out there while he goes gallivanting off, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home at Club Rock, dealing with all these Ashkenazim, what's going on? So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily. At least not for her satisfaction, but we'll try. And among the motives for being a Sharia are obviously tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, we have great records of how the Mishulachim work in the century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb narrative. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made a decent salary right there in a few days. Visit to a place in Val Harbor or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind, and you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose someone who is trustworthy, who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds. A huge problem that was ongoing with the shluchim in that time, perhaps also in our time, I don't know, because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of this central organization based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also have people who are like free agents who would show up in a town and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they would represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there would be nothing for them because the community had already emptied its coffers. So it's a real problem and something that required attention. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. And forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada where the red dot is, in a town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights while he made the rounds in whatever it was, Jew in this town 10 miles away, Jew in a third town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town was a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father, and he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing all of North America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first 10-year track job was down here. And I'm going to show one day, and I show up, and I see there's the rabbi. And he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And of course, he knows my father and my mother and every single Jewish family along Highway 11 was absolutely astounding. Just to give you a sense of the role, this is one of my sons in Iroquois Falls. this is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there will be no human habitations until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia. Because it's so far north. And this is where this Yeshua would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Chudah is one of like these hitchhiking Yeshivachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. It's a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking on the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the $3 deal. So the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and Mediterranean. Very important town, and it's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim name. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshuvachim is based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the activity of people like the Chudah, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chudah are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one cloud, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connections. This diaspora was very difficult to manage. The languages of the central authority, the Pidei Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shluchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow the work of people like the Chudah really ties them together. If you look, for example, at the Sephardim who are associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who are associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who are associated with Amsterdam, very, very different cultures, and especially over a couple of centuries, they go further and further apart. But the role of the Chudah was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish politics, literally, and maintain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult for more popular work, but by the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai, written quite a bit of work on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Yosef. Yehuda was a dream Yeshiva. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism because if you imagine him walking into some German village, he's dressed in traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and the turban. The picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken, but we have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Vilna, for example. But nevertheless, he was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he would be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some Torah wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Kidal was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine, if he ever grew frustrated or angry. He would often set aside money that he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he did not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week, and for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of whatever village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he and his assistant were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews to convey them to their destination. And every now and then, he had to spend the Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert, even, in all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. He needed, and it's a diary, but it's a travel art. It's very entertaining. He describes how he needed to relieve himself. And so the caravan you imagine like some rules and some so he went to look for a more private place to relieve himself, and he saw this low stone wall. Right, you imagine in Scotland they've got all these sheep around and stuff like that. This low stone wall, and on the other side of the stone wall, he saw what looked like salt earth. So he decided he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do there. But on the other side of the stone wall was a cesspool, and he didn't realize it. He ended up to his chest. This hill, and he could not get out. So he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Eventually, he was dressed in all this Ottoman garb with the turban and everything, and he smelled it. And he describes how he had to come in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. Imagine the Gadol, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures, he grounds you in the kind of things he would tell you. He learned to chef his own chickens, and he would chef the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with it. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture. There's actually an app for your iPhone where you could read one miracle a day associated with the Shida. So many of these amazing stories. One that I find very appealing, that apparently he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child, and he actually taught the child the Hebrew alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing, and then he kissed the child on the forehead, and a few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, it was just a horrible, terrible story, but he said to me, you don't realize that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation, but we are not ready to receive him. It's kind of woo-woo stories, but you get a sense of what kind of person he was. Okay. So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title-page Magal from Robin. You can see in this map here, the map here. This is the first expedition. It takes them out all the way out to North Europe, out to London, back down to the Sephardic regions of Spain, of France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire, where he reported to the central authorities there, and displayed the Pinkas, the record of the monies he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had, I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. He describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, the Jewish people said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish act. There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later. It was widely ignored that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, sometimes two tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the Guinness. And they gave him that, they said, you gotta wear this, you can't go in town without this. He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is, after all, the 18th century, please. So he describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested, and he got dragged before the magistrate, who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical sum of money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? You see the boys go out and play basketball. They have to keep that in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough, isn't it? Okay, I thought it was funny, but anyways. So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he was subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. You know, he has to bring this money with him. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills in exchange to write essentially checks that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, you know, on the open road, if he's walking out of the town with, you know, how many golden pieces in different currencies, certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories, you know, tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years. He put up with them. Very adventurous. He also describes his quite an intellectual, he's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, like Judea, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down his diary. I had a great copy of this, and I read. I had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople. And he keeps a record of everything that he read, you know, when he got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. He has an amazing description of the things he saw in the Louvre and the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for, you know, this curious reader what goes on display there. He even saw the coronation of the new Ottoman Sultan. When the first one died, and he was there, he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade and how many of them and what they wore. It's a travel log. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced, because he's something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip. He's introduced to some fascinating people. And we learn about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Rabbi, who invented sign language. And Rabbi was a Sephardic Jew living in France, who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention. Amazing. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Rabbi could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And, you know, he has a sense of humor. He says, you know, I was so amazed by this, just for fun, I tried, you know, just raising my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked and had a look of consternation on his face. And Rabbi said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture, right? So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story, and we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of the guy's travels. Also, it's very individual. I'd love to get a lecture on him someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGadol, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGadol literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000 odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book that he had ever scene, which is astonishing. When you think about it in a graphic context, he listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a list from, I don't know, 1800 ago. Under the letter sided. Everything written with the start with the other side. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with, not just a catalog. He wrote about what's inside these books. What kind of materials are there? And this is besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name our kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Bali Tshuva, we figured the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. And the rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGedolim for names. Go look in the Fidas here until you find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting sort of, it's a go-to source as the baby name book as well. I did name your child. Now, one thought is like, what happens if you have a girl? Like all the guys, they're all guys. Girls. So, anyways, one other book that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot out of is this book called Chok Israel, which is not authored by the Chida, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by Zal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat. He had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses and he set it all down to order. And so you could study the entire Torah and the Torah and so on his daily basis. The Chida took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halakha and then adding a section of musar, a section of ethical writings, and he fleshed it out with more modern materials such that, the daily regimen, if you read super well, you can probably finish it in about 15-20 minutes. There is an English, I think there's an English translation, I know there's a Spanish translation, it might take a little longer, but although he did not insert his own writing into it, he really edited it, you nevertheless you don't feel that who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethnic behavior and so on. So, the second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition, he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across in his 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of bearing and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect, and people didn't regard him as a mishulach anymore. People didn't show any disrespect to use the Yiddish term, a schnorrer, or someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary than in fact he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also pursued on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of the local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the communities treated him so well, and he certainly felt that he was needed and loved, but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno and spend several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's books. He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Because very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as, to use the Ladino term, Unzera, one of ours, he's Sephardi. If you're laughing or you're fluent in Ladino, it's actually Yiddish, but the Ashkenazi, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only go to the Ashkenazi community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away empty-handed or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities, so much so that he often had to rebuke them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardic in the 18th century. Okay, to close our lecture, here's the shot from the act. Chidah HaYomidi, the daily Chidah. The most important aspect of the Chidah's life, from a perspective many centuries in the future, is of course his literary life. But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real-life, legitimate immigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who was showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews out their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to the concept that there are Jews living in Israel today. As recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 1700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in diaspora could still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the community were not like the Chidah. There is one last miraculous story associated with his re-internment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Chidah always wished to be buried in the homeland, petitioned successfully to have his body re-interned from Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here's his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last small story. Sorry, I'll have to look up the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. There's one, this is a tough audience, people know a lot, I'm in trouble. I'm going to take that out of the instrument so it doesn't look. So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu that when they transfer his bodies, you may be familiar with this idea that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose, right? It's like that joke with Beethoven doing maybe actually decompose it. But sorry, okay, let's just go back serious. So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a widespread mystical belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. So the story told by Rabbi Eliyahu is that, when they put the body of the Chidah in a plane, there were two occasions on the trip when, in fact, the coffin fell, it was actually turned upside down. And so when we wanted to remove the body from the plane, and we were going to take it for internment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Kedisha, the burial society didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to get involved, but Rabbi who was the chief among them, insisted. And so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the Tigron's body that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were laying properly. And he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Tigron did not feel like it had decomposed at all 200 years later. It's a tricky story, but 150 years later. Anyways, that's the story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of Tigron as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention as always. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Tigron. I was reading about the life of the Tigron. The research for it was just fascinating. And what strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, job. Particularly in his first tour, when he was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for his community back in Hebron. It reminds me of the passage in the Talmud that says, all the Birkas, Hegros, Calvin. And I thought, do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as a little hand. Really, I don't know how to explain it. Meaning, when an ordinary person gives you a blessing, take it seriously. The person could be someone as great as the Chidah, who would never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contribution to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora identity. And we should recall that at this time, the Sephardic Jews were speaking English, Portuguese, Turkish, Italian, they're all scattered all over, and somehow people like the Chidah together as we saw some research from South on the Pan-Jewish identity. Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're seeking Jews at Ukraine, check out my English edition of my book that just came out. I'm very pleased with it. And I hope you have a fantastic Purim this week, and I'll see you again next week. Thanks for watching. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. This week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century. In many ways, a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews even into the 21st century. A person with truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influences so many parts of the world, and it's really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvation that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our good and well call very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that longtime sponsors should be associated with the name Montefiore. Our source today is going to be Abigail Green's recent biography, a real hunter of a book here, about 500 odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. It's really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's very clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montessori's life was miraculously saved, and it is a custom at the Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary in which he describes his personal salvation. So it's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained officer of historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus or Ramsgate. You really get a feeling for what's happening. And I'm hoping see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. Anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So, who was this man? His years, you can see, 1784 to 1885, he did just over a century. In fact, the centenary of his birth was a cause for international celebrations, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities that really helped him grow. He was incredibly influential in finance and industry. He made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all of his energy into Klal Yisrael, into the Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besieged, beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending up this phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and explore some of this. He was ultimately united by Queen Victoria and Sir Moses. It was actually a bit of a scandal that he became the sheriff of London. The idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses was suggested that maybe you could anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Moses or something like that. But now that name is actually Moses in Hebrew. In English, it's Moses. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses, I was die Moses, and you're calling me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation, but it's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of the cause to global health. He was one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These wreaths here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence. St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem, of course, we'll speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople, his coat of arms here. He's very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And then his flag flew when he traveled through the ancient the Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner. They often broke down in tears. It felt like a messianic kind of moment, and this great wealthy individual was coming through with tremendous aid for the population. He was also a like to record aphorisms, and he jotted down things in his diaries and inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is think and thank. Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a tribute to him on the centenary of his birth in 1884. Caused by a great celebration. I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir and literary executor. He had a massive amount of personal papers because I mentioned he was a assiduous journal keeper, diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the globe, and Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive. The reasons which are unknown. Some have argued avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents. And this, is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded by several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back, that he deemed appropriate to be saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary named Rabbi, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional somewhat of education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lura. And Dr. Lura was so, he wrote one of the official biographies, he personally could not bear to see so much of his material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive, and that, taken together, is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archives. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material and journalistic accounts, government papers, and so on the other side of the correspondence. So Dr. Green is really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century was such an incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. He actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activity. The Medicis had actually passed a law guaranteeing religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time, and many Jews flocked to that region, primarily because they could be free to practice their own faith. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492, when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews, who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula, and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. To give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese, Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore's synagogue in London. That's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business, right? In Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese assault. The service was, of course, in Hebrew. He was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service when the Reform movement made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and families seating men and women together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. It did lead to a breakaway minion, and we will not go too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage from Livorno. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno where their parents had come from, and that's his connection. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage at the time to have one of the Sephardi elites marrying one of the Ashkenazi elites. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. That when he was irritated with her, wished to heal her, he would call her German Liebe Frau. Which was a Yiddish or German term underlying she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important astronaut named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters. So one of them, Judith, married Moses, and the sister, of course, married into the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith and other third families in the Ashkenazi. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish and even general English laws at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death, could not be rescued, and his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother, teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. The rather quite devoted to the Austrian sort of 18th century feel of the Pacific over American people. They remained unfortunately childless, and this is a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often brought her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in mercantile area, merchant, and then he transferred over to the Brooklyn stock market, which was just developing in the 19th century. His partner originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out, and Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disputed. In fact, this was kind of like a very sharp red line, a defining line in the sand for that. The village was something that he looked on with a tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with himself and family members who did not outside the state. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, we have gas lines running all over the place. It sounds terribly dangerous, but that's what they have. For street lighting and things like that, he's an early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one another. He phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on the family fortune and made it so many times later that he was one of the most prominent Jews of London in the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30, although in reality he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activities was ultimately political or social or philanthropic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he had actually retired from business per se, although he was the age of 30. What did he do with his time? He started out primarily as a traveler, give you a sense of what it must be like. He and Judith bought a carriage that looked something like this, and they would travel throughout Europe and throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for the journeys that was for us it was a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling place from place, often in these crowded, heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places, and he was very fond of having, very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting the Bono, the ancestral family home at one point, saw boats docked there preparing to go to Jaffa, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united religious elements in his personality, which was profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of internationally active individual began. curiosity is fascinating. This library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. The science here this was particularly limited in Judaism other than a very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. In some cases, quite ignorant of halakha, of Jewish law, and relied very heavily on Dr. Rabbi, I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know was an individual force with regards to those halakha, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise the felt that traditional very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century. I would dare say the 20th or 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't done the right people, but sometimes people get really very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, something not already, like it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone that has money, and all of this view of money, please share it with our students. Scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. Something who identified with the poor, refers many times to this great feeling of anguish himself, but encounter the poor. We should say that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms on his activity was the activity for both Jews and non-Jews. And he was certain, and that's one of the reasons why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, was so wildly successful, is because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these activities. So they're not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the key of those for their donations. Because remember, we talked about last week, I looked at the Fidah. Now, this is a period in which philanthropy is really changing dramatically. The whole history and mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing. Because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Fidah that we saw last week, and then Fidah and other messengers to Shabbat that would go from town to town and would collect money, and they would take 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of charlatans who would come, and they would also represent everyone, like 2 to 3 to 4 people representing the same population coming through town. And if you just gave, 100 lira to the first collector representing everyone, and the second collector is also representing everyone, you begin to wonder how much of my donations are actually benefiting, how much are actually getting to everyone. So there were several organizations that had claims to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimized. Montefiore did not intend to compete with these organizations, but quite often people just said, you know what, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And he did. So this is something that we see even in the chart of the world as well. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today. It's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, and required travel in places where there was no real secure rule of law. Banditry was common. In fact, in their very first trip, no one would travel with them from Cairo by boat to Israel because they were afraid they did find one Irishman who agreed to travel with them. And he said, I'm sure you'll be fine, you won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like a modern Turk. They all have to dress up, right? Like Turks with turbans, the whole thing is like as well. And they couldn't get any guards to come with them, so he had to secrete all the money he had with him in 11 small packets, distributing it through his luggage, and just hoped that he would not be attacked on the way. Very dangerous kind of time. I would like to read you one passage here. I'm going to give you a passage. And that she describes the kind of feeling he has when he was in these places. So when he first saw Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, with humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes of journey. And God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, making more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, more useful to my poor brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous and peaceful. And my God, guard and protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care. Give a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem. It was a life-changing experience for him. Over the course of these several trips, and with many charitable ventures, he was very big into the idea that Jews and Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. But as recall, he was living in Jerusalem at the time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to work in Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth. In these decorated carriages, especially in later trips, he often enjoyed wearing his official uniform as the sheriff of London after the war on terror, which is an interesting fact. For sheriff, I think it's quiet, but it's not like that. It's like more like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? It's a good guy, right? With the third life, office, a medallion of office with red, gold, and things like that. And you would be astounded that a Jew could be represented as Americans, countries in the world are not that much. He also, so he believed very much in setting up various types of recreational endeavors for Jews. Sometimes I got into trouble. The most famous, iconic example of this is, of course, the windmill that's here in Jerusalem today. The windmill was one of his many attempts to try and get the Jews some means of production. Because of his experience in England and Northern Europe, he felt that harnessing wind power to plant ground grain into flour would be something that enabled us to be quite productive. We didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. The thing was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it. So it's more of a kind of a visual icon than a very productive means of production for the Jews, but nevertheless, it was a very significant statement and it's a visual reminder of what the Lord's culture. You can also notice here, by the way, will people, as well as much of the window, by a request of $50,000, which is an incredible sum at the beginning of the market, of none other than Judah Turo. For him, this college is named. We'll speak a lot about it in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of Turo's beneficence even back then, because Judah Turo wanted to give this money to Israel, and he chose to use Montefiore to do this work. The Moshe neighborhood of Jerusalem is named after Montefiore himself, as even in Moses, of course, in Hebrew is Moshe. Let's just have a quick look at the next thing. So to give you one example of kind of stories that are associated with them, on that first journey to Israel, they had a tremendous amount of difficulty with the sea at one point when they were crossing the Mediterranean. And there was a tremendous tremendous storm that threatened to capsize the ship. Everybody was terrified and the sea was raging. And it happened that, I don't know why, but they were carrying with them a piece of the Afikoman from the last Pesach. Maybe this was some kind of an amulet, talisman. I mean, there are, just to back up, especially for the people in the internet audience who may not be familiar, on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless. No human blood in that whatsoever. That would be coming out of the story. But you shouldn't even say that. It's scary. But anyway, it's just bread, it's just flour and water. And one of the pieces from the meal is called the apikoma, and it's a particularly prized piece that is saved for the very end. Some people save a little bit of it for various kind of health remedies. I've seen it placed over the threshold of a door as a kind of a fertility implication. People do different things with it. Anyway, he had some of this apikoma with him on the trip, and the sea was raging. The sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God. He threw the apikoma into the water, and amazingly, the sea calmed. Everyone was saved. And after that, everyone was blown away. He said, wow, this guy's a real ocean for sure. This is really, so they gave him a tremendous amount of credit. And he recorded this in his diary. And this is why it was a story that indeed at the Montefiore Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Torah College and healthcare, sorry, not Torah College, Jewish Journal and healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Torah name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive alms. The Chayuta, the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on a annual basis, if you walk up and say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, you'll have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet, so put it here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Lula next to him, who's helping with the translation of the various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Rabbi giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people. Each one would come, and Montefiore is seated there, and they have a little conversation with the charity. And of course, this is the way he maintained the census, because he was able to track of how many people came to him. And so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money is needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. It meant a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who he helped. He was not about getting into trouble, however. For example, one of the visits, he was very much interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, I'm sure most of you in the science are perfectly aware, but just for the internet as well, the Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim dome in Iraq, and the Al-Aqsa Mount on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple would be built by someplace else for the mosques. But that's kind of like the embassy discussion. But anyway, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, Kodesh Kodashim is located somewhere on that Temple Mount. Jewish practice since the destruction of the Temple has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory, and in fact there are some opinions which are rather outliers and say no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps because they may actually be walking in a place which is related only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest during the ritual of Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount. That caused a huge uproar because all these Jewish communities, traditional Jewish communities, were saying, how could we possibly transgress and walk in this space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was put in a harem. He was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all the charity, despite all the good works, it didn't matter if he flagrantly violated Jewish law by walking in the Temple Mount, he was excommunicated. So, we should have to pause it in a couple of seconds. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is the fact he did not